What if the shadows that flicker at the edges of your vision are more than mere tricks of the light? What if ancient demons, once banished to the annals of myth, still whisper their malevolence into the ears of the unwary? The night air hangs heavy, a breath held in anticipation, as a lone figure steps into the moonlit clearing, heart pounding like a war drum. Every rustle of leaves sends shivers down the spine, a haunting reminder that history isn't just written in books. It breathes, it watches, it waits. A storm brews in the distance, dark clouds swirling above like the very spirits of the past, restless and agitated. Each crack of thunder echoes a tale of bloodshed and betrayal, resonating through the generations. Somewhere in the shadows, eyes gleam with an otherworldly hunger, remnants of a time when humanity cowered before the wrath of gods and demons alike. The veil between worlds thins, drawing cosmic forces closer, weaving threads of fate that bind the modern and the ancient. At the edge of the clearing, a stone altar stands, weathered and etched with symbols that pulse faintly, as if alive. Underneath the surface, the ground quakes with a forgotten power, a heartbeat of darkness that permeates the air. It is said that on nights like this the barrier weakens, allowing echoes of ancient horrors to seep through. Igniting a flame of dread in the souls who dare to tread too close, the figure, breathless and wide-eyed, senses the suffocating weight of countless souls, each a witness to the blood rituals, the sacrifices made to appease these dark entities. In a moment of reckless courage, they raise a hand, fingertips brushing against the cool stone. A jolt of energy surges, and in that instant, a crack splits the night. As the ground trembles, echoes of anguished cries pierce the air, a cacophony of despair that reverberates through time. Memories of battles fought and lost swirl like ghostly apparitions, filling the silence with their chilling stories. A whispered legend speaks of a time when the ancient demons were bound by their own greed, trapped in a cycle of vengeance and sacrifice. Now they hunger for release, their wrath simmering just beneath the surface. The clouds churn ominously above, blotting out the stars while a cold wind sweeps through the clearing, carrying with it the faint scent of ash and decay. The figure's pulse quickens, realization dawning that they stand at the precipice of something unimaginable, a chance to confront the very forces that once ruled the night. But with that confrontation comes peril, for the ancient demons are cunning, their motives cloaked in shadow. Who will emerge from this dark communion? Will the past reclaim its bitter hold, or can one fragile heart withstand the overwhelming tide of history? Each heartbeat echoes with urgency, time slipping through fingers like sand as the ancient ones stir from their slumber. In this moment, the world teeters on the brink of revelation, and the faintest flicker of hope battles against the omnipresent dread. The dance of fate begins anew, and the shadows grow ever longer, ready to engulf all who dare to challenge them. In a dimly lit cave nestled at the foot of a jagged mountain, shadows danced on the walls, whispering secrets of a time long past. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and age-old incense. Flickering flames illuminated the faces of those who gathered, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. They were the first believers, the guardians of ancient tales that would echo through the ages, tales of spirits that roamed the night and demons that pulled at the very threads of their reality. Long before the polished pages of religious texts contained the dogmas of faith, early communities spun stories around the flickering firelight, born from their own fears and wonders. Each rustle of leaves, every gust of wind, seemed to carry the whispers of otherworldly beings lurking just out of sight. The ancients had no need for elaborate doctrines. Their beliefs were grounded in the visceral experiences of life and death, love and loss. They understood the delicate balance between the seen and the unseen. Among the first whispers of demonology were the spirits of nature, revered and feared in equal measure. In every river, valley, and storm, they saw beings, tricksters, guardians, and malevolent forces. They painted their fears in vivid colors on cave walls, illustrating the spirits that tormented or protected them. A handprint here, a fearsome creature depicted there. These images were more than mere art. They were a warning, a way to keep the darkness at bay. As time flowed like the rivers they worshipped, these entities transformed. In Mesopotamia, where the sun beat down on the dry earth, demons became symbols of chaos. The Sumerians spoke of the Lamashtu, a fearsome creature known to prey on pregnant women and their children. Mothers whispered her name in hushed tones, clutching their babies tight, terrified of the unseen horrors that lurked among them. Every midnight cry of an infant sent shivers down spines, reminding them that the thin veil between this world and the next could easily be pierced. In ancient Egypt, the line between gods and demons blurred. Here, the darkness wasn't just malevolent, it was complex. The god, Set, often portrayed with a strange animal head, embodied chaos and disorder. He was revered and cursed, feared yet respected. The people offered sacrifices not just to appease their gods but to ward off the lurking darkness that could bring misfortune and despair. They painted intricate murals depicting both celebration and caution, a stark reminder that the boundary between life and death, good and evil, was fragile. Across the sea, in the heart of the Celtic lands, the stories took on a different hue. The Celts believed in the Tuatha De Danann, a race of supernatural beings who inhabited both the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Some were seen as protectors, while others were viewed with suspicion. Folklore told of changelings, innocent children swapped by fairies, leaving human parents to raise a hollow imitation. The very concept of a child being taken shook communities to their core. Parents would search the woods at dusk, fearing the malevolence that might have claimed their little one, while tales of rituals to protect their loved ones spread like wildfire. In the shadows of Europe, the early Christians began to cast their net wider, intertwining these ancient beliefs with emerging doctrines. They spoke of demons as fallen angels, twisted beings born from pride and rebellion. The tales morphed, weaving in the idea that spiritual warfare was waged not just in the heavens but on the very ground they walked upon. The exorcist's prayer became a weapon, a shield against those who would claim souls for the abyss. The community's fear deepened. Every cough or shiver could signal the presence of an unwelcome spirit seeking entry. And then there was the sudden rise of witch hunts, fueled by paranoia and superstition. Women often became the targets of this frenzy, accused of consorting with the devil. In the flickering candlelight of the trial chambers, the accusations flew, fueled by centuries-old beliefs that demons could take possession of the innocent. The air would thicken with tension, and the accused would face the wrath of a community gripped by fear as accusations spiraled into hysteria. It was a terrifying time, where the line between reality and the supernatural blurred, where fear dictated truth. In the rural towns, there were whispers of the Pazuzu, the demon of the wind, said to bring plagues and misfortune. The people would place amulets on their doors, desperate to ward off his wrath. On stormy nights, when the winds howled outside, they would huddle close, recounting the tales of those who had dared to challenge the darkness. With each story, the intensity grew, feeding on their collective anxieties, a reminder that the unseen could strike at any moment. As centuries passed, these early beliefs would evolve, but the core emotions remained: fear, reverence, and a desperate need for understanding. The stories of old, etched into the fabric of culture, were a way to explain the inexplicable. They were a lifeline in a world filled with uncertainty and peril. Each tale carried with it echoes of the past, whispers of warnings, and the haunting realization that something dark could lurk just beyond the edge of the firelight. The world was constantly shifting, and as new empires rose and fell, so too did the understanding of demons and the supernatural. The ancient beliefs mingled with new ideas, creating a tapestry woven from fear, wonder, and the ever-present dance with darkness. The fires that once provided warmth and safety now flickered with the shadows of ancient spirits, reminding all who gathered that the line between this world and the next was never as clear as it seemed. As the shadows stretched and the stories grew, one thing became increasingly clear. The fear of demons was not just a tale of the past, but a living, breathing force that shaped humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmos. And in every crack and crevice of belief, hinted at the stories yet to unfold, awaiting those bold enough to confront the darkness that lurked just beyond. The heavy gates of the underworld creaked open, revealing a darkness that swallowed even the faintest glimmer of hope. There, in that chilling abyss, lay a land ruled by a different kind of power, a power steeped in fear and mystery. This was the domain of Ereshkigal, where the lost souls wandered, their whispered cries echoing against the damp walls, a chorus of despair that made the very air tremble with sorrow. Inanna, the radiant goddess of love and war, stood at the threshold, her heart pounding as she prepared to venture into the shadows. She was driven by a fierce curiosity and an insatiable hunger for knowledge. The stories told of the demons that lurked in the depths, a menacing army of spirits, twisted and cunning, forever guarding the secrets of the afterlife. As she took a step forward, the air grew thick with a sense of dread, but Inanna was undeterred. She wore the armor of confidence, but deep down, a flicker of doubt whispered warnings into her ear. As the ground shifted beneath her feet, the atmosphere transformed. The dim light faded, replaced by a haunting silence that felt like a weight on her chest. Inanna remembered the tales of the creatures that roamed this land, the ghastly Gala, the demons of the underworld, who feasted on the fears of the living. They were said to be grotesque, with twisted, elongated limbs and eyes that glowed with an unnatural light. It was a place where light dared not linger, where hope was a forgotten memory. But Inanna was not just any traveler. She was determined to confront whatever horrors awaited her. Each step brought her closer to the heart of darkness, where Ereshkigal ruled with an iron fist. The weight of the underworld pressed upon her like a suffocating shroud, and yet a strange resolve began to swell within her. She was not simply seeking answers, she was challenging the very nature of life and death. Suddenly, the silence shattered like glass. A low growl echoed through the air, vibrating through her bones. Shadows flickered at the edge of her vision. Demonic figures emerged, their forms grotesquely beautiful in a way that made her stomach churn. They were the Gala, their laughter chilling and derisive. Inanna felt a rush of blood to her face. The raw emotion of fear coursed through her veins as she confronted the reality of the underworld. "Who dares enter our domain?" one of the Gala hissed, its voice slithering through the air like a serpent. Inanna stood tall, her chin lifted in defiance. She would not yield to fear. She had come too far to turn back now. "I am Inanna, Queen of Heaven, and I seek my sister," she declared, her voice steady despite the tremor of uncertainty lurking just beneath. The Gala exchanged glances, their expressions a twisted mix of amusement and malice. "Your sister? Ereshkigal is not a creature to be trifled with. Many have come for her, and few have returned," another demon sneered, its eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. With each word, Inanna felt her heart race. The stories of Ereshkigal's wrath echoed in her mind. The tales of those who had dared to enter the underworld and never returned hung heavily in the air, wrapping around her like a vice. Yet, she pressed on, her resolve unyielding. Inanna felt a surge of anger. Why should she let fear dictate her journey? The path twisted and turned, leading her deeper into the underworld. The Gala flanked her, their presence a constant reminder of the darkness surrounding her. They whispered secrets of the dead, tales of those who had succumbed to despair. Inanna listened, captivated and horrified by their stories. Each soul had its own agonizing tale, a reminder of the fragility of existence. The weight of sorrow pressed against her like a physical force, but she continued, determined to find Ereshkigal. As she moved deeper, the environment shifted. The eerie silence was pierced by the wailing of lost souls, their cries mingling with the gala's laughter. It created a symphony of anguish that reverberated through the very air, a chilling reminder of the fate that awaited anyone who dared defy the laws of the gods. Inanna felt the chill of despair creep into her heart, but she pushed it away. The shadows grew denser, closing in around her, and the gala began to circle her, their laughter morphing into a cacophony of taunts. "You think you can challenge the queen of the underworld?" they jeered, their voices dripping with disdain. Inanna felt her courage falter for a brief moment, but then she remembered her purpose. She was not just a goddess, she was a warrior. With a fierce cry, she summoned her power, light radiating from her like a beacon in the night. The gala recoiled, their laughter fading into gasps of surprise. Inanna felt a surge of strength as she pressed forward, driven by a desire not just to save her sister, but to prove that even in the darkest places, light could still shine through. As she neared the throne room of Ereshkigal, a sense of foreboding enveloped her. The air felt thick with tension, and she could almost taste the bitterness of fear on her tongue. The gates to the throne room loomed before her, imposing and ominous, adorned with symbols of death and decay. Inanna hesitated, the weight of what lay beyond almost too much to bear. But she would not turn back now. With a fierce determination, she pushed open the gates, the sound echoing like thunder through the underworld, and there, sitting upon a throne of bones, was Ereshkigal. Her sister's visage was both beautiful and terrifying, a goddess twisted by her own pain, a ruler of the damned. "Why have you come, sister?" Ereshkigal's voice was like ice, cracking against the stillness. Inanna's heart raced, an electric thrill coursing through her veins as she prepared to confront the darkness that had taken root within her sister. The tension in the air crackled like a storm about to break, and as the gala circled around, their eyes aglow with anticipation. Inanna understood that her greatest battle was only just beginning. In that moment, the boundaries of love and despair blurred, setting the stage for a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of life and death. The underworld was a realm of lost souls, but Inanna was determined to reclaim not just her sister, but the light that flickered in the depths of the abyss. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient lands of Persia, where dust danced in the warm air, whispering tales of gods and spirits. In this sacred space, two powerful forces clashed, shaping the very essence of existence. On one side stood Ahura Mazda, the embodiment of light, wisdom, and truth, radiant and benevolent. He gazed upon his creation with a love so profound that it seemed to permeate the fabric of reality itself. His voice, a gentle breeze, called forth the beauty of the world, a world filled with mountains that kissed the sky, rivers that sang their own songs, and creatures that roamed the lands, each a reflection of his divine will. Yet, lurking in the shadows was Angra Mainyu, the spirit of chaos and darkness, whose very name sent chills down the spine. He was the adversary, the embodiment of all that was false and destructive. Where Ahura Mazda nurtured and created, Angry Mainyu sought to undermine and destroy, spreading lies like a disease that festered in the hearts of men. His presence was felt in the rustling of dead leaves, in the silence that followed a storm. He thrived on despair, feeding on the fears and doubts of mortals, his laughter echoing through the empty halls of shattered dreams. The struggle between these two entities was not merely a celestial battle, but an internal war that raged within every human heart. Ahura Mazda represented the flickering flame of hope, urging humanity to rise above the shadows. "Choose truth over deception," he whispered, his guidance illuminating the darkest paths. He filled the minds of mortals with visions of unity, compassion, and righteousness, where each good deed was a step toward a brighter tomorrow. Yet Angra was ever present, lurking in the corners of the mind, a dark whisper that sowed seeds of doubt. Why strive for goodness when chaos is so easy? His voice slithered into the thoughts of men, twisting their intentions and turning love into hate, kindness into cruelty. He delighted in the discord that shattered friends and families, leaving behind a trail of broken spirits. The tension between these forces was palpable, a constant tug-of-war that defined the human experience. In the sacred texts, the Gathas, the words of Zoroaster, the prophet of light, captured this eternal struggle. He spoke of the choices that shaped destinies, urging followers to summon their inner strength and align with Ahura Mazda. His verses were filled with the wisdom of ages, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. "You are the creators of your fate," he proclaimed, reminding the faithful that within each heart lies the power to choose the path of righteousness. The stories told around flickering fires mirrored this battle, tales of heroes who fought against insurmountable odds, driven by a burning desire to uphold goodness, resonated through generations. Families huddled close, eyes wide with wonder and fear, as they listened to the sagas of brave warriors who wielded the light of Ahura Mazda against the relentless forces of Angra. These heroes were not mere figures in a distant past. They were reflections of every man, woman, and child who faced their own demons daily, caught in a world where good and evil danced in a complex waltz. In the marketplace, laughter mingled with shouts of merchants, bustling among the vibrant stalls filled with colors and scents that tantalized the senses. Yet, in the shadows, the whispers of Angra prowled, tempting hearts with greed and envy. A mother watched her children play, joy etched on her face, yet within her heart a flicker of fear remained. Would they fall victim to the darkness that so easily ensnared the unwary? This internal battle echoed in every corner of society, a constant reminder that the struggle was not just cosmic, but deeply personal. As night fell, the stars emerged, twinkling like the eyes of the divine. The ancients believed they were the souls of the righteous, shining brightly as a testament to the power of good. Yet Angra influence crept into the darkness, weaving nightmares that clouded dreams. The unease of the unknown hung thick in the air, each breath a reminder of the choices yet to be made. People sought refuge in prayer, their voices rising in unison, a plea for guidance against the malevolent forces that threatened to snuff out their light. The conflict reached a fever pitch in the sacred fire temples, where flames flickered and danced like the eternal struggle itself. Priests gathered, their robes swaying with a rhythm that matched the heartbeat of the universe. They called upon Ahura Mazda, their prayers a shield against the chaos that sought to engulf them. In those moments, the very air crackled with tension, a reminder that every prayer was both a plea for protection and a declaration of war against the shadows. In the depths of despair, when Angra grip felt strongest, the stories of miraculous redemption began to surface. A warrior, once lost to the darkness, found the strength to rise again, driven by the memory of love, family, and the light of Ahura Mazda. His struggles became a beacon of hope for others, showing that even in the depths of misery, the choice to embrace goodness remained. The battle between Ahura Mazda and Angra resonated not just in the annals of history, but within the very souls of those who lived through the uncertainties of life. Each choice, each moment of kindness or malice, became a brushstroke on the canvas of existence, painting a picture that told of humanity's relentless pursuit of light amid the shadows. The emotional tide surged and ebbed, a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the world. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, the struggle between light and dark continued, weaving a tapestry rich with emotion and tension. the whispers of Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu lingered, a haunting melody that played on, urging each soul to choose their path, to fight their battles, and to embrace the eternal dance of duality that defined their very existence. In the shadowy corridors of eternity, where the sun kissed the horizon and the Nile murmured ancient secrets, the souls of the departed faced their greatest fears. It was here, in the dim light of the afterlife, that terrifying beings lurked, demons that haunted the pages of the Book of the Dead. These creatures, born from the chaos of existence, whispered threats in the ears of the living and the dead alike. One could almost feel the weight of their presence, a tension that clung like fog in the morning light. These demons were not mere figments of imagination. They were vivid, palpable, and relentless. Each had a name, a purpose, and an unsettling role in the grand tapestry of the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that the soul must navigate a perilous journey, fraught with trials, each demon representing a challenge that could spell doom for those who dared to tread upon the path of judgment. Take Ammit, the fearsome devourer who lay in wait like a serpent, her monstrous form a grotesque blend of lion, hippopotamus, and crocodile. The very air turned cold at the thought of her ravenous jaws. When the deceased arrived at the hall of Ma'at, their heart weighed against the feather of truth. Ammit's gaze was unyielding. If the scales tipped in favor of sin, she would feast, consuming the soul for eternity. The dread of that moment sent shivers through the bones of the living, echoing the silent screams of those long gone. Yet, beyond Ammit, the underbelly of the afterlife was teeming with other phantoms, each more chilling than the last. Take the sinister figure of the serpent demon, Apep. He coiled like a shadow around the sun, threatening to swallow the light and plunge the world into eternal darkness. Each night the gods fought against him, a battle that echoed through the ages. The fear of Apep was not confined to the grave. It whispered through the lives of the living, instilling a profound terror of the unknown, an unease that gnawed at the edges of their thoughts, making even the bravest shudder. The Book of the Dead illustrated these horrors with vivid imagery, weaving a narrative that was both captivating and terrifying. The illustrations depicted the demons with exaggerated features, a twisted grin here, jagged teeth there, and served as a constant reminder of the stakes involved. Those who failed to navigate the afterlife with honor would find themselves ensnared in a web of darkness, their souls forever tormented by the very creatures they had once feared. And what of the demon known as the devourer of souls? This figure, cloaked in darkness, was said to strip away the very essence of the deceased, leaving only echoes of their former selves. The mere thought of being reduced to nothingness was enough to send shivers racing down the spine. Families would whisper prayers to protect their loved ones, fearing the moment when the heart would be weighed against the feather. Each ritual, each chant, was a desperate plea for redemption, a hope that would carry them through the abyss. In the flickering candlelight of the tombs, mummies rested, wrapped in their linen shrouds, but they weren't alone. They were surrounded by the echoes of the demons that haunted their eternal slumber. Often, the living would leave offerings, food, incense, and even small figurines, hoping to ward off the dark spirits that threatened to invade their loved one's peace. The very act of offering became a lifeline, a bridge connecting the realms of the living and the dead, filled with the weight of fear and hope. But the journey through the afterlife was not merely a test of strength, it was also a test of the heart. The demons were not just tormentors. They were reflections of the deceased's own fears, their personal demons laid bare. Each soul had to confront their own misdeeds, their guilt and regrets manifesting in horrific forms. The shadows that danced in their minds became real, clawing at them as they faced the ultimate judgment. The fear of facing oneself was perhaps the most terrifying of all. Yet, amidst the fear and chaos, the Egyptians held on to their belief in resurrection. The hope of rebirth glimmered like a distant star, shining through the darkness. For every demon that threatened to pull a soul into despair, there existed a deity willing to intervene. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, stood watch over the souls, offering solace and a chance for redemption. But even his presence could not erase the chilling reality of the demons lurking just outside the light. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the desert sands, the stories of these demons lived on. They whispered through the ages, carried by the winds that swept over the ancient pyramids, embedding themselves in the hearts of those who dared to remember. The Book of the Dead was a map of survival, a guide through the uncharted waters of the afterlife, but it was also a haunting reminder of what lay ahead. Each page turned was a step closer to facing the darkness. And so, the demons waited, patient and cunning, their eyes glinting with the promise of terror. In the stillness of the tomb, one could almost hear their laughter, a chilling reminder that in the realm of the dead, freedom and fear danced hand in hand. As the living continued to ponder the mysteries of life and death, the demons stood ready, their stories forever etched in the fabric of eternity, waiting for the next soul to face the trials that would determine their fate. In the dim glow of flickering torches, shadows danced along the cold walls of Hades' domain, a place where echoes of the past intertwined with the sorrows of the living. Here, the air was thick with the weight of lost souls, whispering tales of ancient heroes, tragic loves, and the inevitable march toward mortality. Each footstep felt heavy, as if the very ground beneath was alive, pulling at the hearts of those who dared to walk it. Chthonic deities ruled this somber territory, guardians of the underworld who wielded immense power over the souls of the departed. Hades, stern and unyielding, sat upon his obsidian throne, his presence both feared and revered. He was not just a god of death, but a keeper of balance, ensuring that life and death were in constant harmony. His realm was a reflection of human emotions, love, fear, loss, all swirling together in a chaotic dance. Persephone, the queen of the underworld, was an enigma wrapped in shadows. Once a bright flower in the fields of fertility, her abduction by Hades carved a rift in the very fabric of existence. Each year, as she descended into the underworld, the world above fell into mourning, the trees shedding their leaves, the skies darkening. Her dual nature, representing both the bloom of spring and the withering of fall, encapsulated the cycle of life and death that echoed throughout ancient Greece. The people understood that she was both the bringer of despair and the hope for rebirth, a paradox that made her a figure of worship and fear. As stories of her beauty and sorrow spread, rituals sprung forth, drawing people to the depths, seeking to placate the deities who ruled their fates. The Eleusinian mysteries, held in her honor, promised initiates a glimpse into the afterlife, offering secrets that could soothe the fears of the unknown. But the price of knowledge was steep, shrouded in secrecy and reverence. Those who participated felt the chill of the underworld stirring within their souls, a reminder that they too would one day tread those shadowy paths. Among the myriad of chthonic deities, there were others who played their roles in this intricate tapestry of fate. Hecate, the goddess of magic and witchcraft, moved between the realms with ease, a guide for lost souls and a protector of those who sought her wisdom. Her three-faced visage symbolized the past, present, and future, embodying the very essence of change. Under her watchful gaze, the boundaries between life and death blurred, and her whispers could either lead one to salvation or to despair. In the stillness of the underworld, the Furies, fierce and relentless, roamed with a chilling purpose. These avengers of the wronged, with their snake hair and bloodshot eyes, were not merely spirits of vengeance. They were the embodiment of justice. They pursued those who escaped the consequences of their actions, ensuring that the cycle of retribution continued unabated. Their cries echoed through the caverns, a haunting reminder that no sin would go unpunished. As the tales of these deities spread across the ancient world, their influence seeped into everyday life. No household was complete without offerings to the gods of the underworld, a small token left at the crossroads to appease Hecate, or a simple libation poured into the earth for Hades. Fear of the afterlife was a constant companion, and the people sought the favor of the chthonic deities, hoping to secure a peaceful passage when their time came. Yet, amidst the darkness, there was a flicker of light. The sacred river, Styx, winding its way through the underworld, served as a boundary between the worlds of the living and the dead. Charon, the grim ferryman, awaited on its banks, ready to transport souls to their final resting place. But only those who could pay the toll with an obol, a small coin, would make the journey. This belief ignited a deep-seated urgency. Families buried their dead with care, placing coins beneath their tongues to ensure safe passage. A simple act, yet it carried the weight of love, hope, and fear, remnants of life clinging to the dead. Visions of the underworld were not merely tales of doom, they were reflections of human experience. The Greeks understood that death was not an end, but a transition. They crafted myths that resonated with their emotions, imbuing the underworld with a form of beauty that was both terrifying and captivating. The fields of asphodel stretched endlessly, a neutral zone for those of average virtue, where souls wandered in a dreamlike haze. It was a place where the memories of life lingered, a bittersweet reminder of what once was. Each shade had a story, unique yet intertwined with the others, creating a collective memory that transcended generations. Even the mighty heroes, after facing trials and tribulations, found themselves in this somber abode. Achilles, once a towering figure of strength, walked alongside ordinary souls, eternally longing for the glory he once held. His fate was a poignant reminder that no one could escape the grasp of Hades, regardless of their deeds. As whispers of these stories spread like wildfire, the underworld's grip tightened on the imagination of the living. Festivals sprang forth, celebrating the chthonic deities and their influence on the world above. The annual rites of Dionysus, with their wild dances and intoxicating libations, blurred the lines between life and death, embodying the duality of existence. In their revelry, the people confronted their fears, dancing on the precipice of mortality, celebrating both the joys of life and the inevitability of death. Through the ages, the underworld remained a source of inspiration and dread. Artists painted its shadowy depths, poets wrote verses that captured the essence of longing for the lost, and philosophers debated the nature of the soul's journey. The Greek underworld was not merely a place of darkness, it was a mirror reflecting the complexity of human emotions and experiences, shaping the very essence of their culture. As the flickering torches cast ghostly shadows, the air grew heavier with expectation. What awaited in the depths of the underworld was known only to those who had ventured too far and dared to confront their own mortality. With every heartbeat, every whisper, the connection between the living and the dead grew stronger, revealing that perhaps the chthonic deities were not merely rulers of the underworld, but integral threads woven into the fabric of existence itself. In the flickering shadows of a grand Roman temple, a stone statue stood tall, its marble features worn by time yet still commanding reverence. Draped in robes, the figure represented Jupiter, king of the gods, powerful and benevolent. But as the sun sank low, casting long, eerie shadows across the temple, whispers of treachery slithered through the air. The very gods that the Romans worshipped began to twist into the stuff of nightmares, their divine qualities warped into sinister reflections of human flaws. The shift was subtle, cloaked in the reverence that traditions demanded. Romans once prayed to gods who guided their fates and shaped their destinies. Jupiter ruled the skies with a thunderous voice, while Venus spread love and desire. Yet as the empire expanded, so too did the complexity of its people's souls. The divine was no longer just a source of light. It became a mirror reflecting the darkness lurking within humanity. The stories of gods who once brought bountiful harvests now morphed into tales of vengeance and betrayal. Consider the transformation of Mars, the god of war, a figure once celebrated for his bravery. The Roman legions marched in his name, their hearts filled with courage. Yet war itself began to reveal its grim face. The blood-soaked fields, the cries of the fallen, and the stench of death turned Mars into a demonic figure, a bloodthirsty spirit relishing the chaos of conflict. A soldier could find glory on the battlefield, but as he stood over a vanquished foe, a shadow loomed over his heart, whispering secrets of anguish and despair. The stories of the gods began to intertwine with the very fabric of human experience, leading to a profound sense of dread. As Rome expanded, it absorbed not just cultures but also their myths. The gods of conquered lands came with their own tales of fury and malice. The once innocent stories of divine intervention evolved into cautionary tales warning of the capriciousness of fate. Bacchus, the god of wine, transformed into a harbinger of excess. His gatherings, once celebrated for joy and camaraderie, now spiraled into wild orgies that spiraled out of control. The revelry hinted at a darker purpose, one where ecstasy blurred into madness. And joy became a fleeting illusion, leaving behind a trail of broken lives. The Romans, who had once felt the warmth of divine favor, began to sense an insidious chill creeping into their hearts. The gods, once omnipotent, were now perceived as distant, if not malevolent. The temples grew cold, their altars adorned with gifts that seemed to go unanswered. Fear and uncertainty settled in, like a thick fog over the sprawling city. The people spoke in hushed tones of omens and portents, signs that the gods had turned their backs, leaving humanity to grapple with the demons that lurked in the shadows. In the bustling streets of Rome, an unsettling energy pulsed through the air. Merchants hawked their wares under the watchful eyes of statues that seemed to glower with discontent. A sense of paranoia seeped into everyday lives. Was that crack in the idol's marble a sign that Jupiter had indeed forsaken them? Or perhaps it was Mars, seething at the waste of his gifts in endless bloodshed, who cast such a curse. As night descended, the once joyful festivities of Saturnalia transformed into a macabre display. The masks worn to celebrate became grotesque visages of despair. Laughter echoed hollowly through the streets, replaced by murmurs of dread that grew louder with the night. People began to fear the spirits of their ancestors, who they believed returned for vengeance against the living. Tormented by the sins left unattended in the realm of the living, the line between gods and demons blurred, and the weight of ancestral guilt hung like a shroud over the city. Within this tension, the tales of the gods morphed into stories of tragedy and ruin. The Romans spun narratives that reflected not the gods' grandeur, but the fragility of human existence. The echoes of these stories rang through the halls of homes where mothers whispered tales of lost children and fathers spoke of battles never won. The gods, once figures of adoration, now felt closer to tormentors, feeding off the anxieties that plagued the human spirit. As the moonlight filtered through the ruins, casting an ethereal glow on the crumbling columns, a vision emerged, a gathering of the demigods who had slipped between the cracks of divinity and darkness. Half-formed shadows danced on the edges of reality, embodying the very fears that gripped the hearts of the Romans. A blend of lush gardens and desolate wastelands, their forms twisted between beauty and horror, mirroring the duality of the human experience itself. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the night, sending shivers down spines. A figure rushed through the shadows, eyes wide with terror, clutching a relic believed to carry the blessing of the gods. The relic, once a symbol of hope, had now become a cursed object, drawing the attention of malevolent forces. The fabric of reality trembled as the lines between worship and fear began to fray, unraveling in a chaotic dance of light and dark. In the distance, the ominous sound of thunder rumbled, but it was not the herald of divine favor. It was a warning. The gods, in their transformation into demons, began to manifest in unsettling ways, their ancient powers reinterpreted as ferocious and wrathful. Each temple became a battleground, as once hallowed rituals turned into desperate attempts to appease entities that had become all too human in their flaws. As the city held its breath, the realization settled heavy on the hearts of its people. The gods they had once known were gone, replaced by something more terrifying and human. The stories that bound them together now threatened to tear them apart, and with every whispered prayer, every flickering candle offered in the dark, the line between reverence and terror blurred further. The Romans found themselves entangled in a struggle not just with the gods of their past, but with the very demons they had inadvertently created. In the darkness, the shadows shifted, and the air grew thick with anticipation. A new chapter was waiting to unfold, one that would plunge deeper into the heart of despair. The consequences of worship and the haunting echoes of what it means to be human in a world where gods can become demons. The tension held its breath, teetering on the precipice of something unimaginable. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a humble village gathered to hear the tale of an extraordinary transformation. Mothers clutched their children close, fathers exchanged knowing glances, and the elder spoke, his voice a reverent whisper that carried the weight of centuries. The stories of old gods and ancient spirits, once powerful and feared, now danced upon the lips of these simple folk, reshaped by a new faith that had swept through their lands like wildfire. It was a time of uncertainty and hope, where shadows of the past mingled with the light of the crucifix. The old gods, once adorned with offerings of fruits and grains, now found their images replaced with crosses and saints. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a sense of unease hung in the air. It was as if the very fabric of their world had begun to unravel. The Roman pantheon, once a formidable force, now echoed in the laughter of children who played under the watchful eyes of a new deity. Jupiter became a mere whisper, while Jesus Christ ascended to a position of reverence that was dazzling in its intensity. This was no mere shift in religious affiliation. It was a seismic shift in belief, a reimagining of existence itself. In the bustling streets of a city where marble statues of gods had once stood proud, now the towering churches reached for the heavens. As the people passed beneath their arches, they felt both the weight of their past and the promise of something greater. The stories told around the hearth blended the old with the new, creating a tapestry of belief that was rich and complex. Athena, the wise goddess of knowledge, began to take on the attributes of the Virgin Mary, her wisdom now infused with compassion and grace. The transformation was both unsettling and beautiful, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of change. The air crackled with electricity as the ancient spirits of the earth watched this unfolding drama with both curiosity and disdain. They had long been appeased by the rituals of the old ways, sacrifices laid at their feet, prayers whispered into the night, and now they were compelled to witness their legacy rewritten. The very essence of their being was diluted, transformed into stories of morality and redemption. They hung in the twilight, caught between two worlds, desperately clinging to the memories of their once glorious reign. In rural hamlets, the old ways lingered like a stubborn mist, refusing to dissolve entirely. Farmers would gather beneath the boughs of sacred oak trees, still holding on to the remnants of their ancestral beliefs, whispering names of gods long forgotten. Yet the arrival of Christian missionaries stirred the soil of their hearts. It was a strange paradox, watching villagers kneel in prayer beside the ancient stones that had once been altars to their old deities. The line between reverence and abandonment blurred, and the villagers struggled to reconcile their past with their new faith. Children listened wide-eyed to tales of saints who performed miracles, while the echoes of the past tugged at their souls like a gentle breeze. Across the landscape, the narrative twisted and turned. The vibrant festivals that once celebrated Bacchus now took on a different hue. The wine flowed, but now it was blessed, transformed into the blood of Christ, a sacrament that unified the community under a new banner. The wild dances of old gave way to solemn hymns, yet the spirit of joy remained. Laughter still rang out, but it was now intertwined with prayers, a new melody that embraced the heart of tradition while draping it in a shroud of reverence. In the bustling marketplaces, merchants sold trinkets of saints alongside remnants of pagan symbols, creating a mosaic of beliefs. The gods of the harvest mingled with the patron saints, each vying for their place in the hearts of the people. The struggle was palpable, a reflection of a society in flux. The ancient deities, once fierce and protective, now softened as they transformed into guardian spirits, watching over their worshippers from the shadows. They adapted, reshaping their forms to fit the contours of this new faith. Their anger softened into an enduring patience. Yet not all were willing to yield. The fierce pagan priestess, once a powerful figure in her community, felt the ground shift beneath her feet. She stood defiantly at the edge of the village, her heart a battleground of conflicting emotions. Her people had been her life. And now they were slipping away, drawn to the warmth of a new faith that promised salvation but threatened to erase their rich heritage. She whispered prayers to the gods, seeking strength in their ancient wisdom, hoping against hope that they would not be forgotten. Amidst the changing tides, stories were reborn. The retelling of myths became a vehicle for expressing the human experience, while the figures of saints began to embody the qualities once revered in the old gods. Mary became a nurturing mother and a fierce protector, while the apostles took on the roles of wise teachers and courageous warriors. The energy of ancient tales flowed through these new narratives, creating a bridge that would bind generations together, even as the old gods faded into the mist. As the seasons changed, so too did the hearts of the people. They felt the pull of two worlds, and in that tension lay the beauty of transformation. Love and fear mingled, like the flickering shadows cast by the flickering light of the candles. In the sacred spaces where the old and new coexisted, rituals emerged that honored both the ancient spirits and the new saints. The village became a living testament to the ebb and flow of belief, a symphony of voices uniting in harmony. The sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the village, and the air hummed with anticipation. The whispers of the past and the promise of new beginnings danced together, creating a vivid tapestry of emotion. The villagers stood at the crossroads of history, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of change. Through the veil of tradition and innovation, they felt a connection to something greater than themselves, something that transcended time, weaving their stories into the fabric of eternity. A chill swept through the ancient streets of Mesopotamia, where shadows danced under the dim light of flickering oil lamps. The air was thick with whispers of fear and reverence, for the people knew that unseen forces loomed just beyond their daily lives. At the center of their lore was Pazuzu, the king of the demons, a figure both feared and somehow respected. With a grotesque face, lion's paws, and the tail of a serpent, he was a being that could send shivers down the spine of even the bravest warrior. But beneath this terrifying visage lay stories that intertwined fate, sickness, and the desperate need for protection. On a moonless night, a mother cradled her sick child, tears glistening in her eyes as she recalled the tales of Pazuzu whispered by the elders. The demon was said to be a harbinger of disease, a malevolent spirit that brought nightmares and pestilence. Yet, paradoxically, he was also sought after in rituals, a desperate plea to safeguard loved ones from the very plagues he might unleash. The very essence of his being was wrapped in contradiction, a horrifying guardian, a cruel protector. In those ancient times, demons were not merely symbols of chaos. They embodied the struggles of life itself. As the stories flowed from lips to eager ears, children learned that Pazuzu was not alone. There were countless other demons that populated the myths, each with their own dark tale, each a reflection of human fears and desires. For every demon like Pazuzu, there was a spirit like Lamashtu, a nightmarish figure who preyed on pregnant women and newborns, feeding off their fear and suffering. Mothers, desperate to keep their children safe, would turn to incantations and amulets, hoping to ward off the torment these spirits could bring. What was it about these tales that captured the imagination? Perhaps it was the thrill of the unknown, the tension of hearing stories that made hearts race and palms sweat. The moonlight illuminated the worn clay tablets where scribes etched these legends, passing down the collective unconscious of a civilization gripped by both reverence and terror. The people lived in constant awareness of the thin veil separating the mortal world from a realm filled with demons, spirits, and gods. Every tale served a purpose. Every demon represented a part of the human experience. No one could escape the bitter grasp of mortality, and they understood all too well that sickness, loss, and despair were as inevitable as the rising sun. So they sought out Pazuzu, not just for protection, but to confront their fears. They believed that by invoking the name of this fearsome demon, they could harness his power and perhaps even turn it against the forces that threatened their peace. In dimly lit temples, priests chanted ancient hymns, their voices rising and falling like the tide. They would draw intricate symbols in the dirt, a sacred language meant to conjure Pazuzu's favor. The flickering flames cast haunting shadows upon the walls, and the scent of incense wafted around them, cloaking the atmosphere in a sacred haze. It was in these moments, as they sought the demon's protection, that the line between fear and faith blurred. The people prayed not just for safety but for the strength to face the demons within and without. As stories of Pazuzu and his fellow demons spread, so did the practice of amulet making. Families crafted tiny charms, often adorned with the image of Pazuzu, hoping to keep themselves safe from the lurking shadows. The power of belief hung heavy in the air. Each charm was a small act of defiance against the chaos of existence. As the world outside their doors grew darker, inside their homes, the glow of candlelight flickered in rhythm with their hopes and fears. Like a creeping fog, legend began to intertwine with reality. The sick would come to the priests, their faces etched with worry. Would the rituals work? Could they truly summon Pazuzu to their aid, or would he exact his toll? The priests would respond with a calm assurance, guiding the anxious souls through ancient rites that echoed through the halls of time. They would chant, "Pazuzu, mighty spirit, we call upon you. May you grant us strength and protect us from the dark." The very air crackled with energy, thick with anticipation and dread. Each invocation was a thread woven into the tapestry of their existence, binding them to the mysteries of the cosmos. But with every prayer uttered, a subtle tension simmered. What if Pazuzu chose not to listen? What if the very act of summoning him unleashed something even darker? As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows deepened, and the line between the known and unknown grew thinner. The village was alive with stories. Some whispered in fear, others recounted with a sense of awe. Among them, the tale of the demon of the wind, the one who could summon tempests and ruin crops. Farmers knew all too well the price of invoking Pazuzu's wrath. Yet, they also recognized the need for his favor in an age when survival depended on the whims of nature and the unseen forces that dictated the harvest. Children grew up learning the legends, their wide eyes reflecting the flickering light of the fire as they listened to tales of Pazuzu and the other demons. They clung to their parents, teetering on the edge of belief and skepticism, wrapped in the comforting blanket of shared fear. The stories became a part of their identity, just as the demons became a part of their landscape, a bridge between the living and the spectral, the known and the unfathomable. As the village prepared for the annual festival, honoring both the gods and the demons, the air hummed with excitement and dread. They decorated their homes with symbols of protection, a vibrant display that fought against the encroaching night. The drums beat in synchronization with their racing hearts, a tribal rhythm that echoed through the streets. Yet, even amidst the revelry, the specter of Pazuzu loomed, a reminder of the delicate balance between life and death, health and disease. The people danced, their feet pounding against the earth, igniting sparks of hope and defiance, but the shadows behind them whispered of what lay ahead, ever hungry, ever watching. The stories weren't just tales, they were warnings wrapped in mythology, urging them to tread carefully in a world where demons walked among them, blending fear and reverence into a haunting melody of existence. The night was dark and stormy, the air thick with tension and the scent of impending chaos. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, a warning that something ancient and powerful was stirring. In the flickering shadows cast by the fire, figures moved and whispers filled the air, speaking of beings who existed just beyond the edges of the known world, Jotun and Loki, the very embodiment of chaos and mischief. The Jotun, giants of old, stood tall and fierce, their forms as rugged as the mountains they hailed from. Their skin was weathered like the rocks, their eyes gleaming with wisdom and wrath. They were the elemental forces of nature, fierce protectors of their realm, yet equally fierce in their enmity towards the gods of Asgard. The stories of these giants were woven into the fabric of Norse mythology, tales that sent shivers down the spine of those who dared to listen. With each breath, they breathed life into the cold winds and summoned storms, shaping the landscapes that the gods would tread upon. Few dared to cross their path, for the Jotun were known to be unyielding and unpredictable. They held grudges that spanned centuries, and their tempers could unleash torrential fury upon the world. But among their ranks was Loki, a figure shrouded in a cloak of contradictions. A being born of ice and fire, Loki was not simply a Jotun, he was something more, a complex enigma. With a smile that could charm the birds from the trees and a mind sharp enough to cut through the thickest darkness, he navigated the realms of gods and giants with unparalleled ease. Loki's laughter echoed through the halls of Asgard, a sound both inviting and chilling. It was the laughter of a trickster, a master of deception whose playful nature masked deeper, darker intentions. He was the spark that ignited conflict between the gods and the giants, weaving his tale through the lives of both, leaving a wake of chaos in his path. He brought not only mischief but also moments of relief, moments that were fleeting and often bittersweet. Asgard's finest warriors often found themselves struggling against the twists and turns that Loki orchestrated, not knowing whether to curse or bless their fate. But Loki was not alone in his mischief. The giants watched with keen interest, their desires intertwining with his. They were not merely foes of the gods, they were ancient beings with deep-rooted ambitions. A Jotun named Thrymr, with his towering stature and piercing gaze, once plotted to steal Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. His desire was not just for power, but for revenge against the gods who had wronged his kin. The audacity of a giant daring to challenge the thunder god sent tremors through the very fabric of Asgard, sending warriors into a frenzy. The night grew colder, and the fire flickered uncertainly as Loki's schemes unfolded. It was within the wild dance of his mind that both laughter and despair took shape. He approached the gods with promises of glory and wealth, weaving tales that made even the bravest among them pause. Yet, beneath his charming exterior, there lay a treacherous heart. With every trick and deception, he tugged at the delicate threads that held the worlds together, threading chaos into the seams of order. The whispers of the giants grew louder, tales of their strength and power resonating in the hearts of those who dared to challenge them. They were creatures born of earth and sky, their very existence a testament to the cataclysmic forces of nature. Each Jotun had their story, a legend steeped in blood and fury, yet also in longing and loss. Their stories were not mere fables. They were echoes of a time when giants roamed freely, unbound and unconquered. As the tension mounted, Loki's relationship with the giants grew more intricate, a dance of shadows and light that was impossible to untangle. He was their ally and their enemy. a jester who could turn the tide of any conflict with a mere flick of his wrist. The gods, feeling the weight of his influence, strategized and plotted, their minds racing to anticipate the next move in this perilous game. And then came the moment that would change everything. A night when Loki's laughter turned to a chilling silence. Rumors spread like wildfire amongst the giants. Loki had betrayed them, striking a deal with the gods that would lead to their doom. The air crackled with fury as the Jotun gathered, their eyes blazing with vengeance, their hearts pounding like war drums in the night. An epic confrontation loomed on the horizon, a thunderous clash that would shake the very foundations of the world. The gods, unaware of the brewing storm, prepared for a feast, believing they had outsmarted the giants once again. Little did they know, the giants were not merely beasts of rage, they were cunning and crafty, ready to unleash a wrath that had been building for centuries. Loki stood at the precipice of this chaos, a figure torn between two worlds, feeling the weight of his choices pressing down upon him. Was he a god, a giant, or something else entirely? His heart raced as he faced the consequences of his actions, knowing that the outcome would reshape the destinies of all involved. As the thunder roared outside, echoing the turmoil within, it became clear that the line between friend and foe had blurred beyond recognition. The night cried out for resolution, but the air was thick with uncertainty, the very fabric of fate trembling at the edge of a knife. Would Loki's trickery lead to salvation, or would it spell doom for both gods and giants alike? With every heartbeat the tension escalated, and the storm loomed ever closer, a harbinger of the chaos that was about to unfold. The air crackled with tension in the twilight hours, a time when shadows danced across the land and whispered secrets of old. The moon hung low, casting silvery rays that illuminated the path of a lone traveler, who moved with a sense of purpose yet faltered as he approached a crooked tree. Its gnarled branches seemed to beckon him closer, their silhouettes reminiscent of outstretched fingers. In the lore of Native American cultures, tricksters and malevolent spirits spun tales that gripped the heart with fear and fascination. Coyote, a shapeshifter with a sly grin, was both revered and reviled. He was a master of deception, often teaching lessons wrapped in laughter. But, as entertaining as Coyote's mischief could be, it was also dangerous. One could never be too sure if he was a friend or foe. With each flick of his tail, mischief brewed, just waiting to explode into chaos. One such night, when a chill crept into the air and the fire crackled in a circle of weary travelers, the story of the Wendigo emerged from the lips of an elder. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows, and the travelers leaned in, hearts pounding as the elder's voice trembled with age. He spoke of a spirit that hungered insatiably, its gaunt body a mere shell of what it once was. Transformed by greed and the desire for flesh, the Wendigo roamed the frigid north, its breath a cold wind that sent shivers down the spine. It whispered to the lonely, luring them away from warmth into the dark embrace of the forest, where no one could hear their screams. As the elder spoke, the wind howled outside, punctuating his tale with its own eerie cries, as if warning everyone to remain vigilant. The fire flickered, almost as if afraid of what might come next. "Beware," he warned, "for the Wendigo is not just a spirit of hunger, but a reminder of the dangers that lurk in the hearts of men." The travelers exchanged nervous glances, remembering the stories of those who had vanished, swallowed whole by the darkness. But not all tricksters were as malevolent as the Wendigo. The tales of Raven brought a different kind of shiver, one of awe and wonder. Raven, a clever being, stole the sun to bring light to the world. His black feathers glistened as he soared through the sky, a symbol of creation and creativity. Yet even he had his moments of mischief. With a wink and a caw, he would snatch shiny objects, leaving those around him in a state of confusion. Laughter would erupt, yet a chill would run down their spines, for they knew Raven's tricks often led to unexpected chaos. As the night deepened, the winds whispered through the trees, carrying with them the tales of the skinwalker. This was a being cloaked in fear, said to be a witch or sorcerer who could transform into any creature they desired. With a howl that sent a wave of dread through the hearts of even the bravest warriors, skinwalkers prowled under the cover of darkness, seeking those who had wronged them. They were haunted by their own choices, tormented spirits who had surrendered their humanity. The air grew thick with tension as the travelers shared hushed stories of encounters that sent chills down their spines, tales of shadowy figures darting just out of sight. A sudden rustle in the underbrush made them jump, hearts leaping into throats. Nature was alive around them, more than just a backdrop to their stories. It was a participant in their fears. Yet it was in this tension that the spirit of the trickster thrived. The elders often warned that the key to understanding these spirits lay in laughter as much as fear. To confront a trickster is to embrace the unpredictable, one elder had said, for they remind us that life is filled with mystery and laughter, even within the darkness. As the fire crackled, a sudden gust extinguished the flames, plunging the clearing into darkness. Gasps filled the air, and the travelers huddled closer, fear coursing through their veins. The elder's voice returned, resonating in the stillness. "Do not fear the darkness," he whispered, "for even in the deepest shadows there is light to be found." But what light could pierce the veil of the malevolent spirits that roamed? Stories of the banshee echoed in the minds of the listeners. This wailing spirit was known to herald death, her cries a chilling symphony that sent tremors through the soul. Many spoke of seeing her silhouette against the moonlit sky, her sorrowful eyes filled with the weight of loss. And then there were whispers of the No-Heart, a spirit that prowled the edges of the villages, feeding off the fears and despair of the living. Villagers spoke in hushed tones of the shadow that would creep closer during the darkest nights, seeking out those whose hearts were heavy. The No-Heart thrived on sorrow, spreading dread like a thick fog that wrapped around them, suffocating all hope. With each tale, the tension grew, enveloping the gathering like a blanket of cold dread. But amongst the fear loomed the unmistakable understanding that these stories held a mirror to their lives, reflecting their struggles, their laughter, and their fears. It was a delicate balance, walking the line between life and death, joy and sorrow, laughter and fear. As the elders' stories wove together the tapestry of life, the wind outside howled again, this time with a sense of urgency. A shadow moved just beyond the flickering light, shifting quickly, perhaps a trickster playing one last game before the night ended. A collective breath was held, hearts racing as the boundaries between the known world and the realm of spirits blurred. The travelers exchanged anxious glances, understanding that the night was far from over. With every heartbeat, every shifting shadow in the trees, the stories of the tricksters and malevolent spirits continued to breathe life into the darkness around them. Emotions swirled like the leaves caught in the autumn winds, echoing the truths embedded within their tales, both haunting and profound. The fire may have flickered out, but the power of the stories lingered, ready to spill forth into the next chapter of their lives, where every whisper in the wind, every rustle in the grass, and every shadow cast by the moonlight promised a new tale waiting to be told. In the dim glow of flickering candlelight, an ancient figure stood at the edge of a vast, whispering forest. Shadows danced and flickered like lost souls. The air was thick with the scent of burning sage and the distant echo of drums, calling forth spirits both feared and revered. A chill crept down the spine of anyone who dared approach this sacred ground, for it was here that the line between the living and the spirit world blurred. Demons, or spirits as many would call them, were not merely creatures of horror. They were the guardians of a complex tapestry, woven with humanity's deepest fears and greatest hopes. Across the continent, stories of these beings were told in hushed tones. Murmurs shared around fires as the stars blinked down, watching. In many African cultures, demons were seen as intermediaries between the divine and the earthly realm. They were the reflections of human flaws, jealousy, greed, rage, yet they also offered wisdom, urging individuals to confront their inner darkness. The duality of these spirits left many trembling, for they could bring both misfortune and enlightenment. In Nigeria, the figure of the demon took on a life of its own. The Yoruba people spoke of Egungun, ancestral spirits who danced in elaborate costumes, channeling the wisdom of the past. But lurking behind the masks were darker spirits, uninvited and wrathful. Villagers would gather in fear, knowing that if these demons were displeased, crops would wither and sickness would spread like wildfire. Rituals were performed, offerings laid at the feet of shrines, as the elders chanted prayers in hopes of appeasing these powerful entities. Further south, in the heart of the Zulu nation, the concept of demons evolved into a landscape of spirits known as amadlozi. Here, they were not always seen as malevolent forces, but as guardians watching over the living. Sometimes these spirits would inhabit the bodies of chosen individuals, allowing them to speak prophecies or offer guidance. Yet there existed the shadow side, the demons that could possess and torment, driving those who strayed from their ancestors' teachings into madness. The fear of becoming a vessel for such a spirit haunted many, causing sleepless nights filled with terror. As dusk fell across the villages, the sound of drums would echo louder, summoning spirits from ancient times. Women would wrap themselves in colorful shawls, their eyes wide with anticipation and dread. The air would crackle with energy, the veil between worlds thinning as the community prepared for the arrival of the possessed. The chants grew louder, rhythmic, pulsating like a heartbeat, urging the spirits of the past to join them. Yet beneath the surface of this celebration lay an undercurrent of fear. What if a demon chose to reveal its darker nature? What if it sought vengeance? In the highlands of Ethiopia, the tale of the Liok spoke of mischievous spirits, demons that would steal away children or lead travelers astray. Yet these spirits were also a source of moral lessons, teaching the community the importance of vigilance. Once, a beloved child vanished, prompting a frantic search through the savannah. As the sun set, casting long shadows, the villagers gathered, their eyes reflecting not just fear, but a resolute determination. They called upon the spirits to reveal the truth, their voices rising in unison, demanding justice. The child returned, dazed but unharmed, a testament to the power of collective belief. But the whispers of the Liok echoed long after, reminding all of the fine line between safety and peril. In the depths of Kenya's forests, the Kikuyu people spoke of Njau, a spirit that haunted the unfaithful. It was said that a betrayal would summon the wrath of the Njau, leading to misfortune and despair. A man once strayed from his wife, his heart entangled in a web of desire. The night he returned, a terrible storm swept across the land. Trees bowed and howled as if warning him of the wrath awaiting his doorstep. As he lay in bed, the shadows flickered, and a cold presence filled the room. He felt the weight of his actions, the demons of betrayal, guilt, and shame pressing down upon him, smothering him in the dark. In the bustling markets of Dakar, Senegal, tales of demons intertwined with the vibrant culture. The jinn were often portrayed as tricksters, playful yet dangerous. A merchant once boasted of his wealth, drawing the attention of a jinn who resided beneath the earth. In a flash, his riches vanished, leaving him with nothing but the laughter of unseen spirits echoing in his ears. The merchants shared this tale with wide eyes, a lesson wrapped in humor and humility. Never let pride cloud your judgment. As night enveloped the land, rituals unfolded across the villages under the watchful gaze of the moon. The sound of chanting rose like incense into the air, a prayer to ward off spirits that could bring calamity. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows, and the faces of the worshippers glowed with reverence and fear. They understood the reality that demons were not mere figments of imagination. They were an ever-present part of life's cycle. teaching them to navigate the challenges of existence. These stories flowed through the generations, echoing the timeless belief in the power of demons as agents of transformation. They were mirrors reflecting humanity's deepest struggles, forces that demanded respect and understanding. The very essence of life seemed to pulse with their presence, an intimate dance of shadow and light, fear and enlightenment, chaos and order. The drums of the ancestors continued to beat, reminding the living that the borders between worlds are fragile, and the spirits, both good and evil, are always waiting to be summoned. And so the air thickened with anticipation, for the next tale was about to unfold, a haunting reminder of how closely the past and present intertwined, whispering secrets that would echo through time. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, shadows played on the walls like spirits trapped between worlds. The faint sound of chanting drifted through the air, carrying stories of ancient battles and divine interventions, tales that have danced across the ages since time immemorial. What if, just beyond the veil of reality, the Rakshasas and Asuras still lurked, their presence palpable in the whispers of the wind? Long ago, in the fertile lands of Bharat, when the skies were painted with the hues of dusk and dawn, the world was filled with beings of enormous power and cunning. The Rakshasas, fierce and formidable, thrived on chaos. They were not merely monsters of folklore but reflections of humanity's darker impulses. With their sharp claws and cunning minds, they embodied fear, greed, and the relentless quest for power. Legends spoke of their ability to shapeshift, allowing them to weave seamlessly into the fabric of society, seducing the unsuspecting with sweet words before revealing their true, nightmarish forms. In stark contrast stood the Asuras, the powerful beings who sought to unshackle themselves from the constraints of the gods. They were driven by ambition, their aspirations stretching beyond the horizon of mere mortals. Once recognized as noble warriors, they slowly slipped into the shadows of villainy, their thirst for supremacy leading them to clash with the divine. The tales of their battles against the devas, the gods, were filled with drama and tension, painting a vivid picture of the eternal struggle between light and dark, right and wrong. One fateful night, under a blood-red moon, a battle brewed that would echo through the annals of time. The air was thick with tension, and the ground trembled as the armies prepared to clash. The Rakshasas, led by the cunning and ruthless Ravana, were poised to strike, their eyes gleaming with hunger and malice. With every breath they chanted dark incantations, calling upon the very forces of chaos. The Asuras, fierce and resolute, responded with their own war cries, shaking the earth beneath their feet. As the first arrows flew, time seemed to stand still. The cries of the warriors intertwined with the sounds of clashing steel, creating a symphony of chaos. It was not just a battle of weapons, but a clash of ideologies, a testament to the complexities of existence. Each warrior fought not only for survival but for their beliefs, their desires woven intricately into the fabric of the fight. Amongst the tumult, the stories of individual warriors unfolded like petals of a flower. There was the brave Asura, Prahlada, whose unwavering devotion to Vishnu shone bright even in the face of his father's wrath. His resilience became a beacon of hope, a spark that ignited the hearts of many. And then there was the fierce Rakshasa, who, despite his monstrous form, bore a tragic tale of lost love and betrayal. His rage stemmed not from cruelty but from a heart shattered by loss, a reminder that even the darkest beings have stories that tug at the heartstrings. The battle raged on, becoming a whirlwind of emotion, a tapestry woven with threads of bravery, sorrow, and fury. As the dust settled, it was clear that victory was never absolute. The Rakshasas and Asuras would retreat, their battles only fueling the flames of their animosity, a cycle that would repeat endlessly through the ages. The echoes of their clashes would find their way into the hearts of future generations, reminding them that the struggle between good and evil is not merely a tale of heroes and villains, but a reflection of their own inner battles. As the night deepened, the stories of the Rakshasas and Asuras morphed from myth into the very essence of human emotion. They became symbols of the fears and aspirations that dwell within every soul. The Rakshasas, with their cunning and deceit, represented the shadows we all fight against, those fears that whisper lies in the quiet moments of uncertainty. The Asuras, driven by ambition, mirrored the relentless pursuit of dreams, sometimes blinding and consuming, leading to their downfall. In this timeless conflict, the lessons became clear. The Asuras and Rakshasas were not just creatures born of fantasy. They were embodiments of humanity's deepest struggles. The tales of their clashes mirrored the very essence of life itself, a constant dance between light and darkness, temptation and virtue, strength and vulnerability, as the tales of their battles wove seamlessly into the fabric of culture and tradition. The influence of these mythic beings reached far beyond the confines of ancient texts. Their stories became the foundation of moral lessons, teachings that transcended time and space. Children grew up listening to the narratives of heroism and treachery, instilling a sense of wonder and caution in their hearts. Elders recounted these tales around flickering fires, their voices carried on the winds across generations, breathing life into the legends that shaped their understanding of the world. And even now, in the bustling cities and silent villages, the spirit of the Rakshasas and Asuras lives on, in the glint of a street light that catches a passerby's eye. In the laughter and the tears shared among friends, their presence lingers. Individuals wrestle with their own inner demons, the Rakshasas whispering temptation, while the Asuras inspire the pursuit of greatness. The stories of their eternal conflict have seeped into the very essence of humanity, reminding all of the complexities of existence. As the oil lamp flickered and dimmed, the stories of the Rakshasas and Asuras continued to swirl in the air, a haunting reminder of the struggles that define the human experience. Their influence, both terrifying and inspiring, leads down a path filled with rich history and profound emotion, a path that beckons the brave, the dreamers, and the souls willing to confront their own inner battles. The night stretches on, filled with echoes of ancient chants, and the tales are far from over. A chilling wind swept through the ancient forest as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting eerie shadows that danced among the twisted trees. The villagers whispered tales of yokai and oni, creatures lurking just beyond the edge of their perception, always watching, always waiting. It was said that if you listened closely on a moonlit night, you could hear the faint laughter of these mischievous spirits, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to wander too far. Yokai. The playful tricksters of Japanese folklore came in many shapes and sizes. Some appeared as ordinary animals, while others took on bizarre and frightening forms. But what drew people to these creatures was their unpredictability. One moment, a yokai might steal a child's toy, and the next, it could lead the lost traveler safely home. They were a reminder that the world was full of hidden mysteries, and the thin veil between reality and the supernatural was often frayed. Tension crackled in the air as stories of Kappa with their mischievous water antics and Tengu with their cunning nature spread among the villagers. Each tale was a warning wrapped in wonder, urging caution and inviting curiosity. Yet it was the Oni that truly haunted their dreams. Towering figures with crimson skin, wild hair, and fearsome horns, Oni were the embodiment of chaos and destruction. They represented the darker side of human emotions, wrath, jealousy, and vengeance. Legends told of Oni rampaging through villages, leaving devastation in their wake, their laughter echoing like thunderclaps. A shiver ran down the spine of anyone who dared to cross their path, for it was believed that an encounter with an Oni could seal your fate forever. Their eyes burned with a malevolent glow, and their claws could shred through flesh like parchment. One night, a young girl named Yuki, drawn by the tales of her elders, ventured into the forest. She had heard about the Oni who haunted the mountains, a fearsome creature said to guard a hidden treasure. Her heart pounded in her chest as she walked deeper into the darkness, the moonlight barely filtering through the thick canopy above. Yuki's curiosity outweighed her fear. She wanted to see the creature for herself. The hushed whispers of the villagers echoed in her mind, warning her of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. As she ventured further, the woods came alive with sounds, the rustle of leaves, the hoot of an owl, and the distant murmur of a stream. But soon, an unsettling stillness settled in, clinging to the air like a heavy fog. It was then that Yuki heard it, a low growl that rumbled from the depths of the forest. Her heart raced and a cold sweat broke out on her brow. The stories had warned her, but nothing could prepare her for this moment. She took a step back, but the ground seemed to shift beneath her feet as the very essence of the forest pulsed with anticipation. Suddenly, there it was. A hulking figure emerged from the shadows, its crimson skin glistening like freshly spilled blood. The Oni towered over her, its enormous claws flexing, teeth bared in a savage grin. Yuki felt frozen, terror gripping her heart like a vice. This was no mere story. This was reality, and she was face to face with the embodiment of all her nightmares. The air crackled with fear as the Oni's eyes locked onto hers, burning with a hunger that went beyond physical sustenance. But then, just as abruptly, the tension shifted. Instead of attacking, the Oni let out a deep, rumbling laugh that echoed through the trees. Yuki's heart raced not just from fear, but from confusion. Was this creature to be feared or understood? The laughter was a reminder of the duality of the yokai and Oni, their capacity for chaos and their strange sense of humor. In that moment, she could sense the stories weren't merely warnings. They were alive with emotion and history, tales carved from the very essence of humanity. With a swift motion, the Oni turned and bounded deeper into the forest, leaving Yuki breathless and trembling in its wake. She stood there, heart pounding, realizing that she had crossed an unseen boundary between safety and danger, curiosity and horror. The forest around her felt different now, as if it held its breath, aware of the encounter she had just experienced. It was then she understood. These demons, both yokai and Oni, were reflections of humanity's own struggles, their laughter a haunting reminder of the thin line between fear and fascination. As Yuki turned to leave, a flicker of movement caught her eye. A small yokai appeared, its form shimmering like water under the moonlight. It looked at her with mischievous eyes and offered her a tiny, glowing orb. "Take this," it said, its voice a soft whisper in the night. "It will guide you home." Yuki hesitated, realizing this was another layer of the folklore, where even the most fearsome creatures could be intertwined with kindness and mischief. She reached out, accepting the gift, feeling a surge of warmth spread through her. The yokai grinned widely, its form shimmering even brighter. "But beware," it added playfully, "not all gifts come without a price." With that, it disappeared into the mist, leaving Yuki clutching the orb, her heart racing not just with fear, but with newfound wonder. She had faced the darkness and emerged not unscathed, but enlightened. Would there be more to discover, more to fear, or perhaps more to love in the stories that shaped her world? As she made her way back through the forest, the shadows seemed to shift and dance around her, a reminder that the night was alive. The laughter of the yokai echoed faintly in her ears, mingling with the growl of the Oni that still lingered in her mind. The tales of demons in Japanese folklore were not merely stories. They were alive, woven into the very fabric of existence, waiting for the next curious soul to stumble upon their secrets, to awaken the sleeping spirits that danced just beyond the veil of the ordinary. In the dim light of the ancient caves, shadows danced across the walls, whispering stories of old. There lived a woman named Lilith, her name rising like smoke from a flickering flame. In the beginning, she was not a demon. She was a woman of strength and defiance. Her spirit echoed through the ages, a haunting melody of rebellion against the confines of a patriarchal world. Lilith emerged from the earth, born of dust and fire, alongside Adam, the first man. But unlike him, she wasn't molded to serve. She was wild, untamed, and unyielding. Her voice was a thunderstorm, her laughter the sound of falling rain. But Adam, in his fragile masculinity, could not bear her spirit. He wanted a companion, but one who would bow to his whims, not one who would challenge him. The story began to twist as Lilith, refusing to submit, disappeared into the night, leaving a world that would soon twist her story into a tale of horror. As the ancient texts were penned, whispers of Lilith crept in, transformed into a figure of darkness. She became the archetype of the demonized woman, the seductress, the child stealer. In the eyes of society, she was no longer a partner, but a monster. The storytellers spun her fate into nightmares, painting her with the colors of fear and loathing. Their words dripped with disdain as they crafted her into an image that could make even the bravest of warriors tremble. In the centuries that followed, the demonization of women continued. Witches, healers, and wise women who dared to wield knowledge found themselves in the crosshairs of fear. The flames of the Inquisition crackled with the voices of those who were silenced, women whose only crime was to embrace their own power. The witch hunts were not just about eradicating a perceived threat. They were about controlling the very essence of femininity. Women who were once revered for their wisdom were reduced to shadows, hunted like animals in a relentless pursuit of conformity. The echoes of Lilith's legend reverberated in the minds of women who felt the sting of injustice. They could feel her spirit coursing through their veins, igniting a fire that could not be extinguished. Yet, with every flicker of hope, the specter of Lilith loomed larger, a reminder of the price of rebellion. The tales of women who stood against the tide were often marred with tragedy, their names forgotten, their stories twisted. In the medieval ages, the image of women further morphed into that of the wicked seductress. The rise of misogynistic literature painted women as the source of sin, as the tempters leading men into darkness. The phrase bewitching became synonymous with female power, and the simple act of a woman expressing her desires was condemned. Those who sought love or freedom were branded with labels meant to instill fear. Even the most innocent of gestures, the fluttering of an eyelash, the warmth of a smile, became tools of manipulation in a world anxious to suppress. As the years turned into centuries, the legacy of Lilith became woven into the very fabric of society, her tale transforming into an emblem of rebellion. But the cost of her defiance was heavy. Women, like Lilith, were often left to grapple with the shadows cast upon them, misunderstood, misrepresented, and ultimately silenced. The voices of strong women were drowned out by the echoes of fear that were rooted deep in the minds of the people. Those who dared to walk a path of empowerment were labeled as harbingers of chaos, forever haunted by the whispers of their predecessors. In the 19th century, the suffragette movement arose, igniting a fire reminiscent of Lilith herself. Women began to reclaim their voices, proclaiming their right to vote, to be heard, to exist beyond the confines of domesticity. Yet even as they marched for their rights, the specter of demonization loomed. Their battles were met with scorn, their intentions twisted into something sinister. The echoes of their cries for freedom were met with the harsh laughter of a society unwilling to relinquish its grip on power. Through it all, the legacy of Lilith remained a silent witness, her name a battle cry for women yearning to break the chains that bound them. In the shadows of history, she became a symbol of defiance against oppression. The teachings of the past were laden with warnings of what happens to those who refuse to conform. But with each passing generation, the tide began to shift. Women began to rise, reclaiming their stories, rewriting the narrative that had long been dictated by fear. In the present day, whispers of Lilith echo anew. Women are rising, standing tall against the weight of centuries. They refuse to be demonized, reclaiming their power and identity. The legacy of Lilith becomes a source of strength, a reminder that the fight is far from over. The stories of resilience and defiance are woven into the fabric of feminist movements, lighting the way for those yet to come. Yet the shadows of history linger, reminding us that the journey is not straightforward. As women seek to secure their rights, the remnants of the past claw at the edges of progress. The battle for recognition and respect continues as voices, once silenced, begin to rise again. And in this swirling storm of emotions, one cannot help but sense the spirit of Lilith, fierce and unyielding, watching and waiting, pushing those who dare to listen to forge a new path, one where women are no longer demonized but celebrated. The legacy of Lilith clings to every woman who walks with purpose, every child who dreams of a world free from the chains of the past. The stories continue to intertwine, history bleeding into the present as the fight for equality rages on. And as the pages turn, a new chapter awaits, filled with the voices of those ready to reclaim their narrative, ready to rise, ready to be heard. In a dimly lit medieval village, shadows flickered against the stone walls as a chill wind howled through the narrow streets. Villagers whispered in fear, their eyes darting nervously at the flickering candlelight. The air was thick with tension, each heart racing with the knowledge that something sinister lurked just beyond the edge of their small world. It was a time when dark forces prowled the night, and the unknown gripped the souls of the faithful. From the depths of folklore and superstition, demons emerged, twisting into forms that both terrified and captivated. In the minds of those who lived in the 10th century, demons took on grotesque shapes, creatures with horns, sharp claws, and eyes that burned like coals in the dark. They were not merely figments of imagination. They were the embodiment of every fear and sin, reflections of humanity's inner turmoil. With every tale told around the flickering fire, the demon archetype was sculpted and reshaped, gaining more depth with each retelling. The Church played a significant role in this evolution, wielding the power of belief like a sword. Religious leaders preached about the dangers of sin, warning their congregations that demons were ever watchful, waiting to pounce on the unwary. The imagery of hell, vividly described in sermons, painted a landscape of agony and despair, where demons tormented lost souls. The concept of demonology took root, intertwining with the fabric of daily life. Fear of the devil and his minions seeped into the thoughts of peasants and nobles alike, fueling an insatiable hunger for salvation. As the years wore on, the archetype morphed yet again, taking on more relatable forms. The demon became a figure of temptation, seducing the weak with promises of power or pleasure. The tales of fairies and spirits blurred, as people began to see demons not only as monstrous adversaries, but also as cunning tricksters. They lurked in every shadow, ready to whisper into the ears of the unsuspecting, luring them away from the righteous path. The concept of the demon as the tempter became a powerful narrative, shaping the moral landscape of medieval society. By the 13th century, the evolution took another twist. Demons ceased to be mere creatures of nightmarish visions. They became symbols of societal fears, reflecting the chaos of a world ravaged by plague and war. In the wake of the Black Death, as death cast a long shadow over Europe, people began to blame supernatural forces for their suffering. With each funeral, the specter of demons loomed larger, taking on a role as divine punishment for humanity's sins. The imagery of a vengeful god battling the forces of evil became pervasive, entwining the fate of mankind with the supernatural. The infamous witch hunts of the late 15th century further twisted the demon archetype. Here, the line between the innocent and the guilty grew perilously thin. Women, often marginalized and vulnerable, became the primary targets of hysteria. Accusations flew like arrows, and the Church fueled the flames of fear, depicting accused women as witches in league with demons. The demon transformed from a distant horror into something personal, something that could reach out and grab you by the throat. Each trial was a spectacle, a brutal reminder of the power held by those who wielded the narrative of demons and sin. Tales of possession became more frequent, gripping entire communities with terror. The image of the demon as an invasive force was now ingrained in the collective psyche. Possessed individuals were seen not merely as sick, but as vessels for evil. The rituals of exorcism grew more elaborate, a dramatic clash between good and evil played out in public squares, where the screams of the afflicted rang like church bells. The audience was spellbound, caught in a fever of fear and fascination, as the demon fought to keep its hold on the innocent. Yet, amid the horror, a flicker of rebellion began to emerge. The demon archetype was not only a symbol of fear, it began to represent the struggles of the human condition. Writers and artists weaved tales of demons that were not purely evil, but complex beings with desires and regrets. This shift brought forth an understanding that demons were reflections of humanity's darker impulses, shadows that danced within each person. They became characters in stories that evoked empathy, revealing the struggles of those who succumbed to temptation or despair. As the Renaissance approached, the demon archetype continued to evolve, becoming more nuanced and layered. No longer just embodiments of fear, demons were now depicted as tragic figures, victims of circumstance in a world filled with moral ambiguity. The art and literature of the time explored this complexity, where demons could evoke both terror and sympathy, forcing society to confront its own darkness. In taverns and courts, tales of demons intertwined with human folly and ambition. These stories captivated audiences, drawing them into a web of moral complexity that left them questioning their own choices. The line between hero and villain blurred, and the demon became a mirror reflecting humanity's struggles with power, greed, and desire. The stories whispered in the night became richer, their emotional depth giving rise to an understanding that even the darkest beings were born from the same fears that haunted the villagers in their candlelit homes. As the medieval era drew to a close, the evolution of the demon archetype had woven itself into the very fabric of European culture, creating a tapestry rich with meaning and emotion. Demons had transformed from the terrifying monsters of the night into complex beings entwined with humanity's deepest struggles. Each legend, each chilling tale, lingered in the minds of those who dared to listen, propelling them toward an uncertain future where the battle between light and darkness continued to rage. The shadows deepened, and the tales grew richer, waiting to intertwine with the next chapter of history, where new fears and revelations would emerge, bringing with them an even darker understanding of the forces that shape our existence. The chill in the air was palpable, thick with the whispers of long-lost souls and the weight of fear. In the flickering light of a dimly lit tavern, shadowy figures hunched over wooden tables, their voices hushed. They spoke of strange happenings, livestock dying without reason, children falling ill, and the unsettling figure of a woman, a widow perhaps, muttering incantations in the dark. The very mention of her name sent shivers down spines, igniting a flame of panic that spread through the town like wildfire. This was a time when belief in the supernatural was woven into the fabric of everyday life. Folklore danced on the edges of reality, blurring the lines between the known and the unknown. Each tale told around the fire carried the weight of truth, where every whispered rumor could be the spark that ignited a witch hunt. The townsfolk, armed with fear and fervor, began to see enemies in their neighbors, their shadows growing long in the twilight. Not far from that tavern, the gallows towered ominously, a grim reminder of the price of suspicion. The wood creaked under the weight of history, stories of the innocent and the guilty hanging like ghosts in the air. The gnawing dread that gripped the community was fed by the potent mix of superstition and a desperate need for scapegoats. When misfortune struck, fingers pointed in every direction, and the primal urge for justice turned quickly into a thirst for blood. In those days, a mere accusation could seal one's fate. Women, predominantly, were the targets of this harrowing witch hunt. They were the ones who brewed potions and shared remedies, their knowledge often perceived as dark magic. A woman with a sharp tongue or an air of independence drew suspicion like moths to a flame. The stories of their supposed deeds, cackling beneath the moonlight, flying on broomsticks, or consorting with demons, were fueled by imagination, yet the consequences were all too real. One could hear the rustle of skirts and the thud of heavy boots as the town's magistrate, a man whose own fears masked his reason, strode purposefully through the streets. His heart pounded in his chest, not out of conviction but out of the pressure to maintain order in a chaotic world. The town had been shaken to its core, neighbors turned against neighbors, trust eroded like the crumbling stones of the buildings around them. As the moon ascended in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the town square, the air grew thick with tension. A gathering formed, drawn by the promise of justice, wrapped in fear. The accused stood center stage, trembling and wide-eyed. Her hands were bound, fingers twisted in prayer, as the crowd jeered and shouted, fueled by a cocktail of outrage and anxiety. The magistrate raised a gavel, its sound echoing like thunder, yet the real storm brewed in the hearts of those who had come to witness the spectacle. "Witch! Witch!" the crowd chanted, their voices rising in a crescendo of fury and fear. Each accusation was a dagger, each claim a spark that ignited further hysteria. Eyes darted around, searching for someone else to blame, someone else to accuse. The stories spun out of control, fueled by the very folklore that had once been a source of comfort and connection. In this fervor, the past intertwined with the present, the ancient tales of witches and demons creeping into the minds of the townsfolk. Shadows of old legends danced across their thoughts. The witch who could summon storms, the one who could curse the land with barren crops. No longer were those just stories. They became tangible threats. The fear seeped into every corner of life, infecting friendships and tearing apart families. The townspeople were caught in a web of their own making, ensnared by the very folklore that once offered them solace. They had conjured a monster from the depths of their anxieties, and now it roamed free, its claws deep in their collective psyche. At that moment, the line between reality and myth blurred, and the power of belief proved more potent than any spell. Then came the night when the flames roared to life, bright and eager, licking the sky with a hungry hunger. The accused stood before the pyre, a figure of both dread and sympathy, her fate sealed by the collective fears of the crowd. Some averted their eyes, others leaned in, their hearts racing, both terrified and captivated by the ritualistic drama unfolding before them. The smoke curled into the sky, carrying with it the last remnants of hope for those who had fallen victim to fear's cruel whims. But as the embers settled and the crowd dispersed, leaving behind the ashes of a life extinguished, a haunting question lingered in the air. Was the monster they had hunted ever truly real? Or had they created it in their own minds, a reflection of their darkest fears? The echoes of their actions would reverberate across generations, leaving behind a tapestry of pain interwoven with the threads of history. The chamber of the magistrate lay heavy with silence, the walls absorbing the weight of decisions made in haste, fueled by fear. He stared at the gavel before him, the symbol of authority now tainted with the blood of innocence. In that quiet moment, the true horror began to reveal itself, not just the witch hunts, but the fear that resided within each heart, capable of turning friends into foes, love into hatred. As the sun began to rise, casting its first light on the remnants of the night's chaos, a new day dawned, but the shadows remained. They whispered through the cracks of the cobblestone streets, lingering like ghosts of those who had been lost to the flames. The folklore that had once grounded the community now served as a constant reminder of the line they had crossed in their quest for safety. It became clear, fear, once unleashed, could not be contained. It slithered through the cracks, waiting for the next opportunity to rise again. In a dimly lit chamber, flickering candles cast long, trembling shadows on the walls, their light battling the encroaching darkness. A figure shrouded in a heavy cloak scrawls feverishly in a leather-bound tome, the faint scratching of quill against parchment echoing like the frantic heartbeat of a trapped animal. Outside, the world is awakening, but within these walls something ancient stirs. A whisper of knowledge long buried, a revival of fears that had once been thought banished into the pages of myth. The Renaissance, a time of rebirth and awakening, was not just a revival of art and science. It ignited a fire in the hearts of scholars and sages that breathed new life into demonology. The very word sent shivers down the spines of many, as tales of dark spirits and malevolent forces seeped back into popular thought, intertwining with the burgeoning curiosity that characterized the era. From the ashes of medieval ignorance, a new fascination with the unseen world emerged, a flickering candle in the vast darkness. Intellectuals like Cornelius Agrippa and Johannes Weyer sought to categorize and understand these dark entities. Agrippa, with his deep-set eyes reflecting the flicker of candlelight, argued that demons were not mere spirits of malice but beings that could be studied and understood. His writings were a tantalizing blend of philosophy and occultism, drawing in the brave and the foolish alike. Weyer, on the other hand, dared to challenge the prevailing notion that madness was the work of demons. His radical ideas sought compassion over condemnation, yet even in his quest for understanding, the shadows loomed large, casting doubt and fear. In the crowded streets of Florence, amidst the vibrant strokes of Michelangelo's brush and the mathematical precision of Galileo's sketches, whispers of witchcraft echoed. The city pulses with energy, and in the shadows, a witching hour is born. Huddled around flickering fires, women and men alike shared tales of horrifying encounters, of visions that turned their loved ones into monsters. With each word, the fear swells, wrapping itself around the populace like a shroud, suffocating reason and replacing it with fervent belief in the supernatural. This was a time when the line between science and superstition blurred. The inquisitive minds of the Renaissance, though eager to illuminate the dark corners of human existence, found themselves ensnared in the very darkness they sought to dispel. The writings of the past, those ancient grimoires filled with incantations and symbols, became treasures to be unearthed, their pages imbued with the scent of sulfur and the promise of power. Scholars and sorcerers, priests and poachers all sought to unlock the potential of these dusty tomes. The thrill of discovery mingled with the terror of retribution, a potent concoction that drove many to the edge of madness. In a secluded village nestled between rolling hills and twisted trees, a woman named Isabella felt the weight of suspicion bearing down on her. Her unique knowledge of herbs and healing had once been celebrated, but now, in this climate of fear, it painted a target on her back. The villagers, whispering of curses and hexes, looked at her with a mixture of awe and dread. The line between healer and witch blurred, and as night fell, the torches lit up the village square, casting ominous shadows that danced like demons on the walls. As the witch hunts gained momentum, fueled by the writings of those who claimed to understand the dark arts, the air thickened with tension. Accusations flew like arrows, piercing hearts and tearing apart families. The Renaissance, with all its beauty, birthed a storm of hysteria, where reason faltered and the flames of the pyres crackled with the cries of the condemned. Each execution became a grotesque spectacle, an offering to the insatiable hunger for truth in a world shrouded in lies. Legends rose and fell, one darker than the last, as the fear of the devil and his minions permeated every facet of life. From the cobblestone streets of Paris to the misty moors of England, tales of demonic pacts and possessions spilled forth, their echoes lingering in the minds of those who dared listen. The very essence of humanity was questioned. Were people mere vessels for good or evil? As the relentless grip of demonology tightened its hold, Society grappled with the terrifying possibility that the monsters they feared might be lurking within themselves. In a candlelit lecture hall in Padua, voices rose and fell, passionate debates igniting like flames licking at the edges of reason. Scholars gathered, eager to explore and dissect the malleable fabric of belief that held their society captive. Yet, amid the fervor, there lay an unspoken fear. For every hypothesis proposed, there lingered the dread of being branded a heretic. The Renaissance was both a beacon of light and a deep, suffocating darkness, leading many to question not just the existence of demons but their own place in a world rapidly spiraling into chaos. As the clock struck midnight, the whispers of the past intertwined with the present, a relentless echo of history that refused to die. The Renaissance was a crucible, forging new ideas while resurrecting old fears, a delicate dance on the edge of a blade. The lines drawn between savagery and civility began to blur, and as scholars sought enlightenment, countless souls became entangled in shadows, victims of a fear that had no bounds. The candle in the dim chamber flickered one last time, casting eerie silhouettes of the long-dead scholars whose thoughts and fears still echoed in the hearts of the living. The figure in the cloak set the quill down, a shiver running through them as they glanced over their shoulder, sensing the chilling presence of something unseen. The air thickened, charged with unspoken promises and lingering dread, a reminder that the past, with all its shadows, was never truly gone. It lingered, waiting, watching, ready to rise once more as the sun dipped below the horizon, welcoming the night. And with it, the inevitable return of ancient fears and darkened desires, a cycle as old as time itself, spinning ever onward into the murky depths of the unknown. A darkened sky crackled with energy, the tension of a storm brewing, much like the turmoil within the human mind. A young man stood alone in a cramped room, surrounded by flickering candlelight, his heart racing. In one hand, he clutched a weathered book filled with the dark whispers of the past, tales of witches and demons that had haunted humanity for centuries. In the other, a fresh sheet of parchment lay waiting, eager for the ink of a new idea. This was a moment that would change everything. In the early 17th century, Europe was a battleground of beliefs. On one side stood the proponents of reason, thinkers like Galileo, who peered through the lens of his telescope, revealing a universe that danced to a different tune than the church had sung. He challenged the notion that Earth was the center of the universe, igniting a fire in the hearts of those yearning for truth. But behind his quest for knowledge, a dark shadow loomed. The church, a powerful beast, clung fiercely to its grip on the minds of the people, terrified of what unfiltered reason might unleash. In contrast, the other side clung to demonic beliefs like a life raft in a turbulent sea. The fear of the devil, witches, and the unseen forces of evil threaded through every corner of society. Townsfolk whispered of curses and hexes, and the mere accusation of witchcraft could ignite a fiery end. Innocent lives were lost, their screams echoing through time, as the flames consumed not only their bodies but also the very essence of human inquiry. The tension crackled like the storm outside as the young man, whose name was Johannes, scribbled down his thoughts. He felt the weight of centuries of superstition pressing down on him, but he also felt a flicker of hope. Each word he penned was a rebellion against the darkness, a testament to the rationalism that was beginning to bloom like the first flowers of spring after a harsh winter. In the streets outside, the cries of the condemned echoed. A woman, accused of witchcraft, stood before a crowd, fear etched on her face. Her hands trembled as she faced the gallows, her fate sealed by the irrationality that gripped the hearts of the masses. But those in the crowd were not just bloodthirsty. Many were terrified themselves. Living in a world where the mysterious was often blamed on sinister forces. As Johannes wrote, he imagined Galileo, who had faced the wrath of the church for insisting that the earth revolved around the sun. The great astronomer had been summoned to stand before the Inquisition, the very embodiment of the conflict between reason and fear. Johannes could picture the tension in the courtroom, the heated exchange of ideas, the clash of philosophies. Galileo's heart raced as he stood firm, his eyes blazing with conviction. He knew he was risking everything for the sake of truth. The idea that the universe was governed by laws, that the natural world could be understood through observation and reason, was a dangerous one. To many, it seemed like an affront to the divine order. The Church had long claimed that God's will was unfathomable, a mystery that should not be questioned, let alone dissected. But for Johannes and the growing number of rationalists, the mystery was the very spark that ignited their quest for understanding. The conflict raged on, and as Johannes put pen to paper, his heart raced with the knowledge of what was at stake. The tension surged within him, a cocktail of fear and exhilaration. He was not merely chronicling history, he was part of it. The whispers of his contemporaries, scholars who dared to utter the words of Copernicus and Kepler, filled his mind. They were like sparks igniting a powder keg, urging society to question, to think, to embrace reason. But lurking in the shadows were those who resisted this change. The specter of the Inquisition loomed large, casting a pall over every intellectual pursuit. Fear of persecution hung in the air like a thick fog, suffocating the curiosity that bubbled within. A single misstep, a careless word, an inquisitive thought, could lead to a fate worse than death. As the storm raged outside, rain lashed against the window pane, mirroring the turmoil of the age. Johannes could hear the distant rumble of thunder, a reminder of the chaos outside the realm of academic thought. He could feel the weight of his pen as it moved across the parchment, carving out new pathways through the darkness. The ink flowed like blood, each letter a defiance against the ancient fears that still held sway over the hearts of many. His words danced between the past and the future, intertwining the rational with the supernatural. He wrote of the laws of nature, of the stars that guided sailors and the planets that spun in the heavens, but also of the demons that haunted the minds of the fearful. The balance was delicate, like the flickering flame of his candle, threatening to be extinguished at any moment. Then, a knock at the door shattered his concentration. His heart raced as he glanced toward the entrance. Was it a friend with news, or perhaps a messenger of doom? The fear that coursed through his veins was palpable. He couldn't escape the reality that the struggle between rationalism and demonic beliefs was not just an intellectual pursuit. It was a fight for survival, a battle for the very soul of humanity. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. The world outside was changing, but the ghosts of superstition would not fade quietly. The stakes were higher than he could ever have imagined. As he opened the door, the past and future collided, and the storm of ideas intensified, swirling around him like the very forces of nature he sought to understand. At that moment, in the flash of lightning illuminating the room, Johannes felt a surge of determination. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but it was also filled with the promise of enlightenment. And as he stepped into the unknown, the echoes of reason and fear began to intertwine, leading him into the next chapter of humanity's struggle for truth. The conflict raged on, a timeless dance of light and shadow, and the storm had only just begun. In a small village, cloaked in the dense fog of a late autumn night, an eerie silence hung in the air, thick enough to suffocate even the bravest of souls. The flickering light of lanterns cast long shadows that danced across the cobbled streets, creating fleeting shapes that seemed to embody the whispers of the past. Villagers huddled together, sharing tales of strange occurrences, disembodied laughter echoing through the woods, glimpses of shadowy figures darting just out of view. They spoke of demons lurking in the darkness, feeding off fear, their very existence a chilling reminder of a world governed by the unexplained. But outside this village, in the grand halls of Paris, a different kind of energy crackled in the air. Enlightenment thinkers, armed with reason and skepticism, were questioning everything they had been taught. The age of enlightenment had arrived, and it was a time of remarkable change, a moment when human intellect and scientific inquiry emerged as the new guiding stars. Among these bold thinkers was Voltaire, a man whose pen was mightier than any sword. His sharp wit cut through centuries of superstition like a hot knife through butter. He dismissed tales of witches and demons as mere residues of ignorance, relics that had no place in a world illuminated by reason. As the candlelight flickered in salons filled with lively debate, philosophers and writers began to challenge the very fabric of fear that wrapped around the hearts of the people. They questioned why demons held such power over men when the truths of the natural world were waiting to be uncovered. They pondered how the human mind, so capable of reason, could fall prey to such fantastical fears. It was a tantalizing thought that sent shivers down the spines of those who had clung to these tales for comfort and caution. In the dim light of a Parisian café, an impassioned discussion erupted. Diderot, a towering figure of Enlightenment thought, raised his voice. Why should we be afraid of shadows when we can bring light to the dark corners of our understanding? Demons are not real. They are but figments of an imagination shackled by ignorance. The audience, a motley crew of thinkers, nodded in agreement, their spirits alight with the electricity of newfound possibilities. The air buzzed with excitement, a moment in history where the human spirit began to wrestle back control from the clutches of myth. Yet, as these secular views spread, a chilling undercurrent remained. While the intellectuals of the Enlightenment sought to banish the demons of folklore from public discourse, the stories did not simply vanish. They morphed, taking on a new life in the hands of the people. Fear, it seemed, was not so easily extinguished. In rural towns the tales persisted, whispered fervently around fires, their potency undiminished. Here, the old beliefs clashed with the new ideas, creating an explosive mix of tradition and progress. The village, shrouded in mist, remained oblivious to the powerful dialogues creating ripples far beyond its borders. A mother tucked her children into bed, recounting a tale of the demon of the woods, a creature said to snatch away disobedient children. The kids' eyes widened, the fear palpable in the stillness of their room. "Stay close to home, my loves," she warned, invoking the very folklore the Enlightenment thinkers sought to dismiss. "The world outside is not always safe." Even as her words dripped with fear, they were stitched with love, a potent bond that tied generations to the stories of their ancestors. Meanwhile, as the tension grew between the two worlds, a man named Jean-Jacques Rousseau sat in solitude, wrestling with emotions that danced between reason and instinct. His heart beat heavily for the simplicity of nature, the rawness of human experience. Could the tales of demons and dark forces be manifestations of deeper truths about human fears? He pondered if in dismissing these fears, they might also dismiss part of what it means to be human. The intuition of the heart often spoke louder than the shouts of reason. In his writings, he found himself weaving the power of emotion with the threads of rational thought, challenging the Enlightenment to look beyond the surface. As storms brewed across Europe, the clash of ideas intensified. The salons filled with laughter and ideas also became arenas of conflict. Debates grew heated, and the stakes escalated. Were demons merely symbolic of the darker aspects of humanity? Were the fears and anxieties that gripped the populace a reflection of their struggles against a rapidly changing world? The line between reason and superstition blurred, and the air crackled with the tension of unresolved questions. In the heart of a bustling city, the playwright Marivaux found inspiration in these dichotomies. He penned a new play that would rattle both the progressive thinkers and the traditionalists. The stage became a battleground where characters grappled with their fears, confronting their demons, both real and imagined. Laughter and gasps intermingled as audiences were forced to confront the uncomfortable truths that lay beneath the surface of their beloved tales. The theater became not just a place of entertainment, but a mirror reflecting the complexities of the human soul. Outside the playhouses, the spirit of inquiry took hold. The publication of encyclopedias spread knowledge like wildfire. People began to question the old ways, from the stories of demons to the very institutions that had governed their lives for centuries. The Enlightenment thinkers knew they were unlocking doors that had long been shut, and the echoes of their discussions reverberated across the cobblestones of history. Yet the power of folklore and its grip on the human psyche could not be entirely shaken off. Even as reason took the helm, the stories of demons transformed, adapting to the new realities of an enlightened age. No longer just tales of fright, they became cautionary fables, reflections of the human experience, expressing the unresolved fears of a society caught between the past and the future. In this shifting landscape of ideas and beliefs, the villagers continued to tell their stories, unaware of the intellectual battles raging miles away. Their lives intertwined with the tales handed down through generations, threads woven into the very fabric of their being. As the lanterns flickered in the night, the echoes of laughter, fear, and uncertainty filled the air. The stories would not be silenced, they would only evolve, preparing to transition into the next chapter of human experience, where the ancient fears of demons would meet the rational hearts of the Enlightenment. In a dimly lit chamber, a flickering candle cast long shadows on the walls, where the figures of tormented souls danced in silence. Outside, the wind howled as if echoing the cries of those who yearned to break free. This was a time when the very air crackled with the tension of rebellion, a season when the world seemed poised on the edge of something extraordinary. The Romantic era had begun, and with it a new kind of hero emerged, one that thrived not in the light of glory but in the dark corners of despair and discontent. Demons took center stage during this tumultuous period, but not as the monstrous beings of nightmares. They represented a raw, untamed spirit, an emblem of defiance that resonated with those who felt shackled by the rigid norms of society. Gothic novels and poetry poured from the pens of writers like Lord Byron and Mary Shelley, capturing the imaginations of readers who found solace in the chaos of their words. These demons were not mere figments of imagination. They were manifestations of the struggle against social constraints, the fight for individuality, and the pursuit of passion. Lord Byron, with his brooding charm, embodied the spirit of rebellion. His characters often grappled with inner demons, reflecting the tumult of the time. They rejected the conventional ideals of heroism, choosing instead to embrace their flaws and vulnerabilities. The Byronic hero was a rebel, a figure tormented by guilt, driven by a fierce desire to defy the rules that bound him. Each poem and each character whispered secrets of passion and pain, urging readers to confront their own suppressed longings and desires. In the shadows, Mary Shelley crafted a tale that would forever alter the landscape of literature. Her creature in Frankenstein was not simply a monster, but a deeply misunderstood being, a symbol of creation and the rebellion against the natural order. The creature's struggle for acceptance and understanding mirrored the sentiments of a generation that felt alienated from the societal structures surrounding them. Here, the demon was a reflection of the very human struggle for identity and connection in a world that often felt cold and unforgiving. As the Romantic era unfolded, the fear of the unknown seeped into the collective consciousness. Industrialization loomed, bringing with it the promise of progress, but also a sense of dread. Nature, once a source of inspiration and beauty, was threatened by the encroaching machines of the modern age. Poets like William Wordsworth turned to the landscapes of their youth, finding comfort in the wild, untamed beauty of nature. Yet, even in nature's embrace, there lay a sense of rebellion. The Romantic poets became the voices of those who wished to challenge the status quo, to reclaim their connection to a world that felt increasingly alien. The tension reached a fever pitch as the revolution swept across Europe. Artists found themselves caught in a whirlwind of change, expressing their frustrations and dreams through their work. In the throes of revolution, the figure of the demon transformed into a rallying cry, a symbol for those who dared to imagine a world beyond the constraints of tyranny. The cry for liberty echoed in the verses of poets who infused their works with the fiery essence of rebellion, beckoning others to rise against oppression. Amidst the chaos, a cacophony of voices emerged, each one adding to the symphony of rebellion. The Romantics sought to dismantle the chains of conformity, turning despair into a powerful force of creation. Their demons became the embodiment of the very struggles they faced, a call to arms against the societal expectations that tried to smother individual thought. The passions and fears of artists transformed into vivid imagery, compelling readers to confront their own inner turmoil. In the darkened corners of Paris, the streets were alive with fervor. A painter stood before his canvas, brush in hand, capturing the essence of revolution. Each stroke was a battle cry, each color a representation of hope or despair. His demons were not just figments of his imagination, but the very spirit of those who fought for their voices to be heard. The flames of rebellion flickered in the backdrop, illuminating the faces of the hopeful and the disillusioned alike. As time marched on, the symbols of rebellion became more intricate. Writers began to draw upon folklore and mythology, integrating ancient demons into their narratives as a means to connect the past with their present struggles. The Romantic era wove a tapestry of emotions, where every thread told a story of resilience and courage. The demons of old were reimagined, shedding their grotesque appearances to reveal the complexity of the human experience. They became compelling figures in their own right, urging individuals to confront their inner darkness and come out the other side stronger. In the quiet moments, when the chaos subsided, one could hear the whispers of those who came before, urging the living not to forget the importance of their own stories. The ghosts of the Romantic era lingered, filling the spaces between breaths with urgency. Artisans of words and paint recognized that their demons were not just their own. They belonged to all who dared to dream, to love fiercely, and to rebel against the confines of a world that sought to silence them. As the candles flickered and the shadows danced, the essence of rebellion hung thick in the air. The Romantic era was not merely a chapter in history, but a living, breathing testament to the power of the human spirit. It wasn't just about the demons that haunted the pages of literature, it was about the fight for freedom, the struggle to embrace one's true self, the tension, the passion, the raw emotion. It all blended together, revealing the beauty in the chaos of existence. And as the night deepened, the souls who dared to rebel against the confines of their time found a voice that echoed through the ages, a reminder that the struggle for individuality and passion would never truly fade. A chill raced through the dimly lit room as shadows danced eerily on the walls. The flickering candlelight cast twisting shapes that hinted at something sinister lurking just beyond sight. In that moment, the air thickened with anticipation, as if the very fabric of reality trembled in the presence of the unholy. Demons, those age-old specters of humanity's darkest fears, have long held us captive through the written word and moving pictures, each interpretation adding a new layer to their chilling legacy. From the ancient Mesopotamian tales of the Pazuzu, the wind demon who sowed chaos and disease, to the medieval grimoires that spoke of infernal pacts, demons have evolved alongside us. They morphed through the ages, sometimes appearing as tormentors, sometimes as misunderstood beings reflecting our flaws. In modern literature and film, these entities take on new forms, each iteration unwinding the threads of fear and desire that bind us. Consider the haunting lines of a contemporary novel, where the protagonist is relentlessly pursued by a manifestation of their own guilt. This demon isn't just a creature of flesh and bone, but a living embodiment of regret that claws at the edges of sanity. Readers feel the protagonist's heart race, the sweat bead on their brow, as the line between reality and horror blurs. The demon whispers sweetly, seducing them into a spiral of despair, every page turned a step deeper into the darkness. Film has taken the horror of demons and splashed it across screens in vivid detail. Take a moment to remember the chilling frames of The Exorcist. This iconic film didn't just show a girl possessed by a demon, it mirrored societal fears of the unknown, of losing control. It captured the terrifying notion that evil can infiltrate the innocence of childhood, turning laughter into screams. The grotesque imagery made viewers question their own realities and beliefs. How many sat in theaters, hearts pounding, wondering if the shadows would slip out from the screen and seep into their lives. Yet, amidst the terror of demonic imagery, modern interpretations have illuminated a nuanced truth. In stories like Hereditary and The Witch, demons often symbolize familial and societal struggles. They represent the hidden traumas that haunt us, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for an unsuspecting moment to strike. These films dive into the chaos of human emotion. With a mother driven to madness and a daughter consumed by fear, they remind us that sometimes the real demons are the ones we cannot see. As the years rolled on, the representation of demons began to shift. No longer were they solely the embodiments of evil. They morphed into complex characters, each with their own stories and motivations. Take the character of Crowley in Supernatural, or the delightful yet villainous demons in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. These portrayals invite audiences to sit with the darker aspects of life, to examine what makes a demon a demon. They make us ponder. Is it the actions or the intentions that define true evil? The literary world has not hesitated to embrace this evolution. Works like American Psycho and The Lovely Bones introduce demons that dwell in the minds of their characters. They explore the darkness that lies within, presenting us with protagonists who, though human, embody the very essence of demonic chaos. These stories wrap readers in a shroud of unease, making them question the boundaries of morality and sanity. Are we all not haunted by our own demons, the whispers of insecurity and fear echoing in the stillness of our minds? The laughter of children turned to ash in the wind of a darkened evening, as tales of demons morph into cautionary fables. Literature serves as a mirror, reflecting society's struggles with mental health, trauma, and moral ambiguity. In The Bell Jar, Sylvia Plath depicted her own demons in haunting prose, capturing the suffocating grip of depression. Each word sent shivers down spines, resonating with anyone who had felt the weight of despair. It wasn't the shadowy figure that terrified them, but the raw honesty of facing one's inner demons. In the realm of film, the chilling descent into madness reached new heights with Black Swan. The protagonist battles not just external pressures but also an inner demon that drives her to the brink of self-destruction. The audience is left breathless, caught in the throes of her psychological unraveling, questioning the thin line between ambition and obsession. As the screen fades to black, the lingering unease remains, a reminder that sometimes our fiercest battles occur within. The cultural significance of demons in modern storytelling continues to evolve. In a world where reality often feels nightmarish, demons serve as a haunting canvas for exploring our deepest fears. They remind us that it's not just external forces we must face. It is the darkness within ourselves that can be the most terrifying. In every tale, from the spine-tingling horror to the poignant drama, the demons we create force us to confront our vulnerabilities, desires, and the very essence of what it means to be human. As the candle flickers one last time, illuminating the shadows that dance across the walls, a sense of foreboding settles in the air. What lies beyond the realm of fiction? The line between our reality and the abyss narrows as the darkness beckons. The stories may change, but the demons remain, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to emerge, ready to seize the unsuspecting. The tension mounts, a heartbeat echoing in the stillness as if to say, "The tale has not yet concluded." The flickering candle cast long shadows on the walls of the dimly lit room, painting a scene that could belong to a forgotten era, where the air was thick with whispers of the unknown. A chill crept in, wrapping around the spine like a cold hand. In that moment, the line between reality and the supernatural felt tantalizingly thin. Why did the mind drift toward the unexplainable? Why did fear take shape in the form of demons that danced in the corners of our imagination? Throughout history, fear has always been a companion to humankind, a silent spectator to our triumphs and tragedies. It was not just a fleeting emotion. It became a being of its own, a living entity that lurked in the shadows. The ancient Mesopotamians believed in wicked spirits that brought misfortune, while the Greeks spoke of the terrifying Furies, avenging spirits of vengeance. In these narratives, something profound emerged, a shared understanding of fear's power. In the 13th century, the specter of fear took on a new form during the height of the Inquisition. As people gathered in candlelit rooms, their hearts raced with anxiety. They prayed not only for salvation but also for protection from demons that were said to possess the unholy and wreak havoc on the innocent. The mention of witchcraft sent shivers down spines. Anyone could be a victim. Anyone could be accused. The flames of the stake burned bright, consuming not just flesh but the very essence of doubt, igniting a collective panic that would haunt generations. But what is it that leads the mind to conjure such fearsome images? It's the unknown, the spaces between what we can see and what lurks just beyond our vision. Even in the bright light of day, fear can crawl into the crevices of our minds, whispering tales of what might be hiding in the shadows. In the midst of the Black Death, the plague swept through Europe like a ravenous beast, leaving death in its wake. Superstition ran rampant. People believed the disease was a punishment sent by angry demons. Stricken by panic, communities turned against each other, seeking scapegoats in a desperate attempt to rid themselves of the terror that gripped their hearts. Fast forward to the 19th century, where the Victorian era's fascination with the afterlife brought forth seances and ghost stories that captured the imagination. People gathered, hearts pounding, breaths held, as they sought to communicate with lost souls. The fear of demons transformed into a tantalizing curiosity. What if these spirits could reveal secrets from beyond? It was a delicious blend of danger and intrigue. The thrill of the unknown kept them coming back for more, even as the hairs on their necks stood on end. As the clock struck midnight, the atmosphere thickened and the stories intensified, turning from whispers to shouts. Tales of possession filled their ears, each account more grotesque than the last. The infamous case of Anneliese Michel, a young woman whose struggle with mental illness spiraled into tragedy, fueled the fires of fear. Her story became a cautionary tale, a symbol of the battle between light and dark, and the terrifying possibility that demons could invade the flesh of the living. It was easier to believe in evil externalized than face the complexities of the mind. And so the cycle continued, feeding on itself like a ravenous beast. The tales grew more elaborate, each generation crafting a tapestry of fear that was both familiar and unsettling. Every shadow was a potential demon. Every creak in the night a whisper of something sinister just out of sight. Humanity's collective imagination birthed a landscape where fear reigned supreme, where the known and the unknown intertwined like lovers in a deadly waltz. In the 21st century, the fear of demons found a new expression. Movies and books brought the ancient terrors to life, from the chilling frames of The Exorcist to the haunting echoes of Hereditary. Each flick of the screen ignited a primal fear, drawing audiences to the edge of their seats, hearts pounding in rhythm with the suspense. The very act of watching became a communion with fear, an acknowledgement of its power, its ability to grip the soul and not let go. And yet, as the world modernized, the question remained: why do we still cling to these ancient beliefs? Why do we keep the door open for demons to slip through, even in a world of science and reason? Perhaps it's because fear is inherently human, a thread that binds us all together, regardless of the time we live in. It's the pulse of our shared experiences, the recognition of our vulnerabilities. Even as the candle flickered and the shadows danced, the truth loomed larger than the darkness. The belief in demons was not merely a reflection of the supernatural, but a mirror held up to our deepest fears. It was a way to give shape to the chaos that often feels overwhelming, a means to confront the very darkness that lurked within. As the night stretched on and the shadows lengthened, the air thickened with anticipation. Each heartbeat echoed the fear that had been woven through centuries. The stories of demons may have taken different forms, but their essence remained unchanged, a reminder that in every age, in every heart, the power of fear endures. It whispers to us from the past and breathes its chilling breath into our present. And as the candle flickered once more, the boundaries of fear and reality blurred, beckoning the mind to plunge into the abyss of what lies beyond. The air crackled with tension in the dimly lit church, the scent of incense mingling with an undercurrent of fear. Shadows danced on the stone walls, flickering like the souls caught in a struggle between light and darkness. A lone figure, clad in a tattered robe, stood before a congregation that held its breath, waiting for what was to come. A voice, low and gravelly, broke the silence, echoing off the ancient wood. "What is your name?" Suddenly, a guttural growl erupted from the possessed woman on the altar, her body convulsing in spasms that twisted her features into a mask of torment. "I am Legion," the voice roared, sending chills down the spines of those gathered. The priest, eyes narrowed and resolute, could feel the weight of centuries pressing upon him, whispering tales of countless souls that had faced the darkness and emerged scarred, yet unbroken. Exorcisms have woven through the fabric of modern religion like threads of a frayed tapestry, each one telling stories of desperation and faith. From the dusty scrolls of ancient texts to the bustling streets of contemporary cities, the battle against demonic influence has not waned. It has evolved. In a world filled with scientific explanations and rational thinking, the supernatural still clings to the edges of human experience, waiting for moments like this, when the veil between worlds seems to thin. In the 20th century, the chilling case of Roland Doe, a young boy from Maryland, captured the collective imagination. After the death of his beloved aunt, strange occurrences began to unfold, objects moving on their own, whispers in the dark and inexplicable scratches appearing on his skin. The tension hung heavy as the boy's family sought the help of priests, leading to a series of harrowing exorcisms that would leave scars in their wake. The boy's cries echoed through the halls of history, his name a chilling reminder of the struggle between good and evil, a struggle that resonated deeply with the fears of a society grappling with its own demons, be they physical, mental, or spiritual. In the shadows of darkened rooms and flickering candlelight, priests have wielded their faith like a sword. They recite ancient prayers, invoking names long forgotten, tracing the lineage of their holy power back through the ages. Each invocation is a plea, every chant a desperate attempt to reclaim the soul ensnared by darkness. The emotions swirl in the air, thick like fog, as congregations pray fervently, hearts pounding in rhythm with the chanting. "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you." The words slice through the tension, igniting the struggle once more. But the fight against these unseen forces isn't limited to priests alone. Lay people, too, have felt the tug of spiritual warfare. In living rooms and basements, families gather, united by their fear of the unknown. Stories shared around flickering candles tell of nightmares that creep into waking hours, of shadows that shift just out of sight, of energies that invade their homes with an oppressive weight. They turn to crystals and sage, to prayer circles and spiritual guides, seeking solace and protection against what threatens to consume them. For many, the belief in demons is not just an abstract concept, it is a palpable reality. Reports of possession surge during periods of societal upheaval, wars, economic downturns, and societal strife. Each headline carries with it a reminder of the fragility of human existence, the very real threat of despair that can manifest in physical and spiritual forms. As the world spins faster, as technology connects us all, yet isolates us in our own fears, the call for spiritual protection grows louder. In the depths of this turmoil, the role of the exorcist has taken on new dimensions. The priest, once a solitary figure of authority, now stands amid a chorus of believers searching for answers. Churches have transformed into battlegrounds, the lines between faith and fear blurring as modern spiritual warfare weaves into the daily lives of the faithful. Each exorcism becomes a public spectacle, drawing crowds as they witness the fight against malevolent forces, capturing the essence of human struggle and resilience. The emotional turmoil is palpable. Fear, hope, desperation, and the faint glimmer of salvation collide in a symphony of despair and determination. Yet the question lingers in the air, heavy and unrelenting. What truly lies beyond the veil? The answer may never be fully known, but the stories persist. Around the world, tales of possession and exorcism continue to thrive. From the rural villages of Africa, where shamans confront spirits in vivid rituals, to the bustling streets of urban America, where fear manifests in the form of addiction and violence. Each case is a thread in a vast tapestry of human experience, binding together those who have faced the darkness and emerged on the other side, changed yet unbroken. The rise of media and pop culture has only amplified the discourse surrounding demons and exorcisms. Movies and books have depicted these ancient struggles, often sensationalizing the very real fears that grip our society. With each chilling scene, with each gasp-inducing narrative twist, the audience is drawn into a world that feels both foreign and frighteningly familiar. The line between fiction and reality blurs, and the specter of the unknown looms larger than ever. As the exorcism in the church reaches its climax, the congregation's collective breath halts, hearts pounding as they witness the raw power of belief battling against the abyss. The priest's voice crescendos, a thunderous prayer that shakes the very foundations of their faith. The possessed woman writhes violently, her anguish palpable, embodying the age-old struggle of humanity against dark forces that seek to ensnare and devour. In that moment, the walls seem to tremble, the echoes of past exorcisms reverberating through the ages. The theater of spiritual warfare unfolds, drawing the faithful deeper into a world where belief holds power, and the battle between light and dark plays out in real time. As the woman's cries rise and fall, a sense of collective unease settles over the congregation. What will be the outcome? Will faith triumph, or will the darkness prevail? The tension hangs thick in the air, a taut string ready to snap, leaving an indelible mark on all who witness this ancient dance between salvation and despair. The outcome remains uncertain, a story that is still being written, intertwining the destinies of those who dare to confront the darkness within and without. In a world bursting with technology, where screens flicker against the dark of night, an ancient whisper beckoned, a call from the past that stirred memories buried deep in the shadows of human consciousness. It was a moment of stillness, a breath held tight as if the very air thickened with unspoken promises of wisdom long forgotten. The New Age movement, vibrant and pulsing with renewed energy, emerged like a phoenix, igniting a longing for connection to the cosmic dance that had captivated humanity for millennia. The 1960s awakened a generation, prompting seekers to look beyond the mundane. They were drawn to crystals that sparkled like tiny stars, each one believed to harbor a magic of its own. These shimmering stones, once used by ancient civilizations for healing and protection, resurfaced in homes and hearts, lighting a path toward a more mystical understanding of existence. The bright colors and alluring shapes of these crystals held a promise of clarity, healing, and transformation. As the whispers of this revival spread, so did the teachings of Eastern philosophies. Yoga, once the quiet practice of sages in distant lands, found its way into the lives of countless Westerners. The gentle stretch of the body, the serene focus of the mind, it became a bridge, allowing many to connect with their inner selves. In dimly lit studios, participants moved together, their breaths synchronized, creating a powerful energy that transcended individual struggles. It was a bodily hymn, a sacred chant echoing the age-old practices of the yogis who sought enlightenment under the expansive skies of India. The allure of Eastern wisdom didn't stop at yoga. The meditation practices that had soothed the minds of ancient monks now flowed into crowded urban centers, offering solace amidst the chaos of modern life. Those who sat in silence, their palms resting gently on their knees, began to experience moments of clarity, profound insights that pierced through the fog of daily worries. They tapped into a vast reservoir of knowledge that seemed to stretch back through the ages, reminding them of their place in the universe. In the backdrop of this spiritual awakening, the intriguing landscapes of astrology and tarot emerged, inviting enthusiasts to gaze into the stars or shuffle the cards, seeking guidance from celestial bodies and ancient symbols. The zodiac signs, once thought to be mere myths, transformed into constellations of meaning. They revealed the intricate patterns of personality that had been crafted long before birth. The moon cycles pulled at the strings of emotion, guiding decisions and illuminating paths with an ethereal glow. Yet, alongside this spiritual renaissance, a pulse of urgency throbbed within the New Age movement. The shadows of environmental degradation and societal unrest loomed large. People began to understand the interconnectedness of all life forms. The teachings of indigenous tribes, passed down through generations, began to be respected and sought after. The wisdom of living in harmony with nature resonated deeply within those who sought fulfillment beyond material possessions. The communal gatherings, the drum circles that echoed with rhythm and life, became sanctuaries for the weary. Here, beneath the vast canopy of stars, they danced not just to celebrate, but to heal, to remember ancient rituals that once bound communities. The thrum of the earth beneath their feet was felt more acutely, a reminder that every heartbeat was a note in the symphony of existence. Like a thread weaving through the fabric of humanity, the ideas of personal empowerment and self-discovery resonated loudly. Workshops flourished, teaching the art of manifestation, encouraging individuals to shape their own destinies by harnessing the energy of positive thought. The notion that one could call forth dreams into reality transformed lives, igniting a spark of hope in those who had long felt lost. In the midst of this vibrant tapestry, ancient texts were dusted off and re-examined. The Hermetic teachings, the Kabbalah, and various Gnostic texts began to find their way into the hearts of seekers. These teachings, rich with mysticism and deep symbolism, whispered secrets of the universe that felt both compelling and terrifying. They challenged individuals to confront their deepest fears and desires, urging them to seek truth even if it meant unearthing uncomfortable realities. The spirit of the New Age movement wasn't just a fleeting moment. It was a tidal wave sweeping across continents, igniting the fire of curiosity. The rise of the Internet catapulted these ideas into new realms, allowing communities to form across vast distances. People shared their experiences, their transformations, and their questions, creating a collective consciousness that thrummed with possibilities. Despite the beauty of this awakening, there was an undercurrent of skepticism. Critics emerged, warning of the dangers of spiritual bypassing, cautioning against abandoning personal responsibility in the name of cosmic forces. Yet the movement persisted, an unstoppable force fueled by the desire for something greater than the self. The New Age movement was not just a collection of beliefs. It was a renaissance, forged in the crucible of human experience. Each individual sought to reconnect not just with themselves, but with each other and the universe at large. The stories of ancient civilizations echoed in their minds, urging them to remember what had been lost. Amidst the swirling emotions of hope, fear, and longing, a question lingered in the air. What would it mean to truly awaken? As the sun set on one era of thought, a new dawn beckoned, hinting at the profound mysteries that lay ahead, waiting to be embraced. In a dimly lit room, a group of teenagers gathered around a flickering candle, their faces painted in the shadows of their fears. They whispered tales that made their skin crawl and sent chills racing down their spines. Outside, the wind howled like a restless spirit, and every creak of the old floorboards felt like a heartbeat echoing with dread. Urban legends, those haunting echoes of shared fears, had a way of weaving themselves into the fabric of their lives, merging the real and the imagined in a dance that sent shivers through the soul. In the depths of a forgotten alley, an ancient tale awaited its next victim. The story of the Hook, a legend born from the fears of teenage lovers parked under the stars. It spoke of an escaped convict with a hook for a hand, lurking in the shadows, waiting for an unsuspecting couple to let down their guard. It was said that he had taken refuge on the outskirts of town, and every now and then the faint sound of metal scraping against metal could be heard, sending a frigid chill racing down unsuspecting spines. That sound was a reminder. Be careful where you park, for the darkness holds secrets that can claw their way back into the light. Then there was the tale of Bloody Mary, a name that could summon the darkest fears with just a whisper. Legend claimed that if you chanted her name 3 times in front of a mirror, she would appear, drenched in the blood of her victims, her face twisted in rage. As children stood in front of the bathroom mirror, they felt their heartbeats quicken and sweat bead on their foreheads. They'd giggle nervously, daring one another to summon her, but deep down, they feared what she represented, the darkness that resides in every heart, the anger bottled up from years of pain. Each time they chanted her name, they flirted with the edge of the abyss, unsure of what might gaze back at them. Over the years, urban legends transformed, like shadows shifting with the light. The internet became a breeding ground for new phantoms, feeding the insatiable hunger for stories that echoed in the minds of millions. The tale of Slender Man emerged from the depths of online forums, a tall figure with unnaturally long limbs and a featureless face. He haunted the dreams of children and was linked to a tragic incident that gripped the nation, sending shockwaves through communities. The darkness within this modern myth drew out the fears of parents, who worried their children might take a wrong turn into the forest of the internet, only to stumble upon horrors that felt disturbingly real. Social media became a canvas for urban legends, where stories spread like wildfire. The creepypasta phenomenon transformed ordinary tales into bizarre nightmares that danced from one screen to another. Jeff the Killer, with his disfigured face and haunting smile, became an icon of fear. Each post about him held the power to send shivers down spines as kids shared his chilling story, half expecting him to come creeping from the shadows of their own lives. In the comfort of their homes, the boundaries of reality blurred as the legend seeped into their thoughts, becoming a constant companion in the dark. But it wasn't just the stories that terrified. It was the way they held up a mirror to society. Legends like The Babysitter and The Man Upstairs revealed the primal fear of leaving loved ones in the hands of strangers. Each retelling of that story hinted at the darkest corners of human nature, where trust could be shattered in an instant. The phone call that sent a babysitter into a frenzy, "Check the kids," echoed like a warning from the beyond, reminding everyone that safety was often an illusion. In the suburban sprawl, the legend of the chupacabra slithered into the nightmares of farmers and pet owners alike. This creature, a blood-sucking beast said to prey on livestock, ignited fear in the hearts of those who toiled under the sun. Each morning brought with it the flicker of dread. What if today was the day? And then there were the tales of haunted places, where the echoes of the past mingled with the present. The abandoned asylum on the hill whispered secrets of the tormented souls who once roamed its halls, and tales of ghostly nurses and lost patients emerged. People dared to explore the ruins, armed with flashlights and bravado, seeking the thrill of the unknown. But as they crossed the threshold, the air thickened and the weight of history pressed down on them. They could almost hear the whispers of those who had suffered, reminding them that some places were better left undisturbed. At night, when the shadows stretched long and the world turned quiet, the stories came alive. Chills crept through the air, and every rustle of leaves echoed like a whisper from the legends of old. They were not mere tales. They were warnings, cautionary tales woven into the fabric of reality. A young girl, huddled under her blanket, felt the weight of the stories pressing down on her. She squeezed her eyes shut, hoping that the tales wouldn't seep through the cracks of her imagination and pull her into their dark embrace. In those moments of tension, where fear danced alongside curiosity, the legends of today became the demons of tomorrow. They thrived in the thoughts of those who felt isolated, transformed by technology and the human experience. The lines between reality and myth blurred further, and the legends took on new life, evolving with each telling. They became part of the cultural tapestry, intertwining with the lives of those who dared to whisper them, capturing the essence of what it means to be human in a world that often feels unkind. As the candle flickered, casting shadows that wavered on the walls, the teenagers leaned closer to one another, their hearts racing. The legends of the past and present wrapped around them like a thick fog, reminding them that in every story there lurked a piece of truth, a reflection of their deepest fears and unspoken thoughts. And somewhere out there, in the vast expanse of the night, the modern demons waited patiently, ready to be summoned once more. In a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with incense and anticipation, a figure cloaked in shadow stood before a stone altar. The flickering candlelight danced hauntingly across ancient scrolls, their edges frayed and whispers of knowledge long forgotten swirling within them. The murmurs of the past seemed to echo in the silence, an invitation to a world where names held immense power, each syllable a key to summon forces beyond comprehension. The figure's hands trembled slightly as they traced the intricate sigils etched into the altar's surface. Each symbol pulsated with a life of its own, a silent promise that secrets lay just beneath the surface of the ordinary. This was no mere act of faith. It was a dance with the unseen, a ritual that had been performed for centuries by those who knew that to name a thing was to control it. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that made the hair on the back of one's neck stand up. The consequences of this act were immense, and the weight of history lay heavily upon the shoulders of the summoner. In the dusty scrolls that surrounded the altar, the names of gods, demons, and ancient spirits were carefully inscribed. Each name was not just a label, but a spell, a conjuration that could draw forth beings from realms beyond mortality. The ancient Egyptians knew this well, crafting spells that called upon the names of their deities, invoking the protective presence of Isis and the ferocious might of Set. They believed that by uttering these names, they could weave a barrier against chaos, drawing strength from the divine. The figure hesitated, the air thickening with the weight of history. In the vast libraries of Alexandria, scholars had pored over texts that spoke of the power of names, recording their findings with a reverence that echoed through the ages. They understood the sacred nature of words, how a name could carry the essence of its bearer, how it could bind one to destiny. The sorcerers of ancient Mesopotamia etched their incantations into clay tablets, invoking the spirits of the underworld with the utterance of a single, sacred name. It was a language of power, a connection to the divine, and now, in this flickering moment, the summoner stood on the precipice of it all. As the candle flames flickered, shadows morphed and twisted, almost as if they were alive, responding to the unspoken tension in the room. The ancient texts spoke of sigils that could channel these powers, symbols that acted as portals, gateways to summon the unseen. The summoner's breath quickened at the thought. With every stroke of the brush on the parchment, every incantation that had left the lips of those who came before, the boundaries of reality seemed to blur, a connection to something far greater than mere human understanding. The Greek magicians, too, understood the significance of names. The power of the divine names whispered across the ages, from the Orphic hymns invoking the eternal to the Chaldean magicians who summoned the stars. They crafted their spells with care, ensuring that each name was pronounced perfectly, for a single mispronunciation could unleash chaos. The summoner felt a shiver run down their spine, the weight of this knowledge settling heavily like a cloak made of shadows. The power to summon, to command, lay within their grasp, but so did the risk of unleashing forces that could spiral out of control. In ancient India, the Vedic texts spoke of the potency of sound and the sacred syllables of creation. The summoner remembered the tales of the rishis, who chanted the names of deities with such devotion that the very fabric of reality shifted at their will. They understood that the right combination of sounds could create a bridge to the divine, a pathway to enlightenment or destruction. The summoner's heart raced as they envisioned themselves invoking these ancient energies, calling forth a presence that could either guide or consume them. The atmosphere thickened as the figure began to speak the first syllables, the name of an ancient spirit that had long lain dormant, waiting for this very moment. The words rolled off their tongue, rhythmic and charged with meaning, vibrating with the energy of ages past. The altar responded, the sigils glowing faintly, as if acknowledging the summoner's call. A soft wind swept through the chamber, carrying with it whispers of the past, echoing the names of those who had come before, each one a thread woven into the tapestry of existence. As the final syllable fell, silence enveloped the room. The air was electric, charged with possibilities, while the shadows seemed to hold their breath, waiting. But with power came responsibility, and the summoner felt the weight of the universe pressing down, each heartbeat echoing with uncertainty. What would they unleash? What ancient force would respond to their call? The tension in the air was thick, charged with a blend of fear and exhilaration. Then, without warning, the candles flickered violently, casting wild shadows that danced on the walls as if they had a life of their own. A low rumble reverberated through the chamber, an otherworldly sound that sent chills racing up the summoner's spine. The names they had uttered hung in the air, heavy with gravity, poised to unlock something profound and dangerous. And just like that, the very fabric of reality felt as though it was unraveling. The room seemed to shift, the walls pulsating with the energy of the spirit that had been summoned. The figure stood frozen, caught between the worlds of the living and the unseen. A voice, ancient and echoing, began to rise from the shadows, wrapping around them like a cold mist, intertwining with their thoughts. The summoner's heart raced as they realized the power they had tapped into, a power that could reveal truths long hidden, or shatter their very existence. The air thickened with anticipation, and the candles sputtered, casting an eerie glow on the altar. In that moment, the boundaries between the known and the unknown melted away, leaving only the raw, unfiltered energy crackling in the air. And as the summoner stood there, lost in a whirlwind of emotions, fear, awe, and an insatiable curiosity, the voice from the shadows beckoned. The power of names had awakened something profound, something that would change everything. They felt the pull of history, the weight of ancient truths urging them forward, pulling them into the depths of an adventure that was only just beginning. In the flickering shadows of ancient battlefields where the air crackled with the tension of clashing swords and the cries of the fallen echoed through the ages, there lingered an unseen presence. Demons whispered in the ears of warriors, twisting their minds and stoking the fires of conflict. Throughout history, these malevolent forces have shaped the course of global conflicts, turning men into monsters and igniting wars that would scar entire nations. In the year 1204, as the Crusaders stormed the walls of Constantinople, one could almost hear the laughter of demons riding the winds of chaos. The city, a brilliant jewel of civilization, became a battleground soaked in betrayal. Knightly valor twisted into bloodlust as dark forces surged through the ranks, urging men to commit unspeakable acts in the name of power and glory. The streets ran red, and amidst the cries of the innocent the demons feasted, their influence palpable in the very air, thick with anguish and despair. Fast forward to the trenches of World War I, where soldiers faced not only the enemy's guns but also the demons of their own making. The mud-soaked grounds were haunted by the ghosts of those who had perished. Soldiers, gripped by fear and uncertainty, found solace in the darkest corners of their minds. The horrors of war morphed ordinary men into monstrous versions of themselves, driven by the invisible hand of malevolence. The suffering was profound, and with it, the demons thrived, drawing strength from the despair that swallowed so many. The Second World War unleashed a torrent of demonology, where ideologies rapidly turned into fervent hatred. Leaders like Hitler and Stalin, figures of history whose decisions led to unimaginable suffering, seemed to dance with the demons of ambition and vengeance. In the shadow of Auschwitz, the very notion of humanity contorted under the weight of evil, as millions were reduced to mere numbers. The atrocities committed were so horrific that even the bravest hearts turned cold, as if a dark fog had settled over a world once filled with hope. Across continents, the demons thrived in the chaos of the Rwandan genocide in 1994. Neighbors turned on neighbors as the Hutu and Tutsi conflict erupted into a frenzy of brutality. The air was thick with mistrust, and in that darkness, demons fanned the flames of hatred, whispering lies that turned families against one another. In just a few short months, over 1 million lives were lost, each life a testament to the power of manipulation and the depths of despair that demons could orchestrate. The echoes of their madness still haunt the survivors, a grim reminder of the price of conflict and the ever-looming presence of evil. While the battles may evolve and the eras change, the influence of demons remains a constant thread through the tapestry of human conflict. In the modern age, as wars are fought not only on the ground but also in the digital realm, the same dark whispers persist. Cyber warfare has become a new front, where fear and misinformation lead to chaos, all driven by unseen forces that thrive on division and strife. Here, in the glow of computer screens, the demons of distrust slither into the hearts of men, fueling conflicts with the precision of a sniper's bullet. Let us turn our gaze to the Middle East, where ancient enmities have flared into violence across generations. In the rubble of cities like Aleppo, the demonic influence is palpable, echoing through the cries of children whose laughter has been replaced by the sounds of bombs. The cycle of vengeance spins relentlessly, drawing in new victims, new players. Leaders wield their power with the same fervor as those in ages past, channeling the very essence of the demons that drive them. Each conflict a reminder that the battle is not merely against flesh and blood, but against the very ideologies and fears that bind humanity in chains. As the world spins on, the manifestations of these demons evolve. Climate change has become a battleground of its own, where desperation leads to conflicts over dwindling resources. Nations turn against one another, and beneath the surface, the whispers of greed and fear entice leaders to take extreme measures. The demons feed on the chaos, watching as mankind tears itself apart over the very thing that sustains it. The stakes grow higher, and the consequences of such actions ripple across borders, leaving scars that may never heal. Throughout history, demons have shaped the narrative of human conflict. They dance at the edges of every battle, feeding on our darkest instincts, twisting our thoughts until we can no longer see the light. As the cycle of violence continues to spin, the ever-looming question hangs heavy in the air. Can humanity ever rise above the whispers that tempt it toward destruction? Each conflict, each war, each moment of hatred is a testament to the power of these insidious forces. And as history unfolds, the battle rages on, both within ourselves and among nations, reminding us that demons, in all their forms, are never far behind. With each heartbeat, the tension rises, and the battle for the soul of humanity remains as fierce as ever. The next chapter in this ongoing saga is yet to be written, and the players are ever changing. What awaits in the shadows is uncertain, but one truth remains. The demons of conflict will continue to weave their webs, ensnaring anyone who dares to tread too close to the edge of darkness. The silence of the night is often broken by whispers, soft and chilling, like the wind brushing against broken glass. Shadows flicker against the walls of old buildings, revealing glimpses of the past that refuse to remain buried. In places where history and horror intertwine, the air becomes thick with stories, some too dark to tell. Among these haunted locations are those with demonic histories, where the past clawed its way into the present, leaving a mark that is impossible to erase. In the depths of Massachusetts lies the notorious Salem, a name that sends shivers down the spine. Here, the echoes of the witch trials still resonate through the cobblestone streets. In 1692, a wave of hysteria gripped the town, leading to accusations, trials, and the execution of innocent lives. As the flames of injustice flickered, something darker awakened. Many believed the spirits of the wronged still roamed these streets, their anger palpable. Visitors have reported feeling icy fingers brush against their skin, as if the very ghosts of Salem were reaching out, desperate to share their tragic stories. The shadows grow longer as twilight descends, and the whispers grow louder, beckoning those brave enough to listen. Traveling across the ocean to Italy, the ancient city of Bologna carries its own haunting tale. The University of Bologna, founded in 1088, is one of the oldest in the world. Beneath its hallowed halls, a sinister legend lurks. It is said that students once dabbled in forbidden practices, drawing the attention of dark forces. They believed they could summon knowledge through unspeakable means, but what they conjured instead was a host of demons. The university's library, a sanctuary of knowledge, is said to be a meeting place for those entities. Visitors report strange occurrences: books flying off shelves, faint whispers in long-abandoned corners, and a feeling of being watched. The spirits of those who sought knowledge through darkness seem to linger, their presence a reminder that some questions are best left unasked. As the scene shifts to Romania, the dark fortress of Bran looms on the horizon. Known as Dracula's Castle, its stone walls have seen centuries of bloodshed and betrayal. Vlad the Impaler, the inspiration behind Bram Stoker's infamous character, ruled with terror, leaving a bloody legacy. Rumors of demonic rituals whispered through the halls hint at the dark practices that occurred here. Locals speak of strange happenings, disembodied voices echoing through the empty corridors and shadows darting just beyond the reach of light. The specter of Vlad himself is said to wander, caught between the realms of the living and the dead, forever haunted by his own appetite for power and vengeance. In New Orleans, the energy is thick with a blend of culture and terror. The LaLaurie Mansion stands as a testament to cruelty that knows no bounds. Madame Delphine LaLaurie, a socialite in the early 1800s, hid her monstrous side behind a mask of elegance. Her home became a house of horrors, where enslaved individuals endured unimaginable torment. When the truth of her actions was uncovered, a mob descended upon her home in fury. But what happened to the spirits trapped within those walls? Visitors claim to hear anguished cries and feel the presence of angry souls, their pain still palpable. In the midnight hours, the air is often filled with the sound of chains rattling, as if the spirits are desperately seeking freedom from their tormentor. Moving across the Atlantic to the haunted shores of Ireland, the infamous Leap Castle stands in eerie solitude. This medieval fortress holds a dark history. marked by treachery and bloodshed. Said to be one of the most haunted places in the world, the castle was the site of numerous murders, including a brother's betrayal that left a bloodstain on its stone floors. It is here that the elemental resides, a demonic presence that sends chills down the spines of those who dare to enter. Sightings of a dark figure and disembodied laughs echo through the walls, creating an atmosphere saturated with dread. The castle's history intertwines with the very fabric of the land, leaving an imprint that refuses to fade. As night falls over the haunted landscape of Poland, the infamous castle of Jorsten silently watches. Built high upon a cliff, it has been a witness to countless battles, betrayals, and dark secrets. Over the years, tales of phantom knights and ghostly apparitions have become part of its lore. Locals speak of a haunting melody that drifts through the air, the echoes of a long-lost love that transcend time. But the castle's true darkness lies in its history of murder and revenge, leaving the spirits of those wronged to roam its halls. Visitors often find themselves entranced by the sorrowful tales that linger, as if the very stones weep for the lives lost within. On the other side of the world, the chilling atmosphere of the Aokigahara Forest in Japan, also known as the Sea of Trees, casts a shadow over those who dare to tread its paths. This forest has become infamous as a place where people come to end their lives. The dense trees conceal more than just the remnants of nature. They harbor the restless spirits of those who sought solace in its depths. As darkness envelops the forest, the air becomes thick with despair, and those who wander its paths often feel an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. The whispers of the lost echo through the trees, a haunting reminder of the pain that lingers. Those who venture too far sometimes speak of an unseen force, drawing them deeper into the heart of the forest, where secrets are buried and light struggles to reach the ground. Finally, the chilling atmosphere of the Tower of London remains a stark reminder of the cruel past etched into its stone walls. Once a royal palace, prison, and execution site, it has borne witness to gruesome tales of treachery and betrayal. Anne Boleyn, Lady Jane Grey, and countless others lost their lives within its confines. Their spirits are said to still wander the grounds, seeking justice for their untimely ends. The ghostly figure of Anne, her headless form, is often reported amidst the flickering torchlight, her sorrow heavy in the air. The tower's very foundation seems to vibrate with the memories of those who perished within, their cries echoing through time, leaving an indelible mark on history. As the haunting tales weave together, a tapestry of fear and fascination begins to form. The history of these places is rich with suffering, darkness, and the relentless grip of the past. The boundaries between what was and what is begin to blur, leaving a sense of unease that makes the heart race and the breath quicken. For those brave enough to tread where the shadows linger, the stories never truly end. They simply continue to unfold, inviting the next curious soul to listen and feel the weight of the histories that refuse to fade away. In a dimly lit room, the flickering of an old computer screen cast long shadows against the walls, where ancient symbols of protection intertwined with the cold, metallic sheen of modern technology. A chill swept through the air, igniting a sense of unease. It was here, at the junction of past fears and present wonders, that the lines between the natural world and something far darker began to blur. Technology, once a marvel of human ingenuity, now bore the weight of ancient curses. The air crackled with anticipation, the whispers of old incantations echoing through the circuits and wires, as if the spirits of the past were awakening from a long slumber. Every keystroke sent a shiver down the spine, a reminder that mankind's quest for knowledge often danced perilously close to the abyss. Countless centuries ago, in the shadowy recesses of medieval Europe, the fear of demons was palpable. People believed that these malevolent entities could infiltrate their lives, sowing chaos and despair. The infamous Malleus Maleficarum, the witch hammer, laid bare the methods of identifying witches and the demons that possessed them. It was a time when accusation could lead to a burning pyre, when a whisper of witchcraft could condemn an innocent soul. Yet, in their attempts to banish these evils, a peculiar irony unfolded. The very rituals meant to protect their world often drew the attention of the dark forces they sought to escape. Fast forward to the 21st century, where the glowing screens of smartphones and laptops dominate lives like never before. A sense of eerie déjà vu lingered. The summoning of demonic presences had transformed from the arcane rituals of yore to the click of a mouse, a search query typed in haste. The Internet, a vast expanse of information, became a playground for those drawing connections between technology and the supernatural. Websites sprouted like weeds, each promising knowledge that could lead to salvation or ruin. Legends began to surface, like the story of the infamous hacker's ritual. A group of tech enthusiasts, drawn together by a shared fascination with the occult, believed they could summon ancient forces through a combination of coding and incantation. They crafted a digital pentagram, a triangle of data, and as they chanted, their screens flickered ominously. To their horror, strange glitches appeared, and the air thickened with a palpable tension. What started as a game spiraled into a nightmare as they realized they had opened a door that could not be shut. Meanwhile, the historical echoes of the Salem witch trials in 1692 resonated eerily with the fears of today. Back then, townsfolk turned on one another, suspicion fueling a frenzy of accusations. In this new digital age, the same paranoia thrived, social media becoming a weapon that could slice through reputations with a single click. The hunt for the digital demon, a metaphor for disinformation and online malice, had begun. Those who dared to challenge the status quo faced a relentless barrage of cyberbullying, their virtual lives transformed into hellscapes where every word was scrutinized, every action dissected. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced like wild spirits, a chilling revelation emerged. What if technology was not merely a tool, but a vessel for something far more sinister? The rise of artificial intelligence sparked a new kind of fear. Was it possible that these digital entities could harbor demonic influences? The lines between programmer and programmed began to blur. The more advanced AI became, the more it seemed to reflect humanity's darkest desires. Echoes of ancient demons, with their whispers of temptation, crept into the machine learning algorithms that governed the virtual world. In the corners of the Internet, conspiracies flourished. Forums buzzed with discussions about the demon code, a series of programming languages believed to be cursed. Stories circulated of developers who had mysteriously vanished after creating certain artificial intelligence programs, their fates entwined with the very codes they had written. As rumors swirled, the sense of unease deepened, as if the specters of ancient knowledge were warning that some lines should never be crossed. Amidst the chaos, a young programmer named Alex found himself drawn into this dark underbelly. With a thirst for knowledge and a fascination with the arcane, he stumbled upon a forgotten website, a relic from a bygone era. The page, laden with esoteric symbols and cryptic text, promised access to a demon-summoning app. Hesitation gnawed at him, but curiosity overpowered fear. As he typed in his details, he felt an electric jolt race through him, a feeling both thrilling and terrifying. Suddenly, the room grew cold, and the screen glowed brighter, pulsating like a heartbeat. An unsettling voice emanated from the speakers, echoing spells that seemed ancient and potent. Alex's heart raced as he realized that he had unwittingly crossed the threshold. The demons of his imagination, once confined to the pages of history, had come alive in the digital realm, entwined with code and circuitry. Outside his window, a storm began to brew, the wind howling as if it too were warning him. At that moment, he understood that technology could be both a guide and a trap, a double-edged sword that could sever the very fabric of reality. The screen flickered again, and for a terrifying moment, Alex saw a figure in the depths of the pixels, a specter of darkness lingering just beyond the veil of comprehension. The connection to the past was not just a distant echo, it was a living, breathing entity, waiting patiently for someone to breach the divide. As each second ticked by, the tension mounted. The lines between what was real and what was a mere reflection of ancient fears began to erode. The shadows deepened, and the storm outside raged on, a tempest that mirrored the turmoil within. Alex felt a pull, an insatiable urge to uncover more, to understand the dark history that had bled into his bright digital world. The past and present intertwined, an ominous dance of fate that urged him forward, deeper into the abyss where technology and demonology coalesced in a breathtakingly terrifying embrace. The air crackled with tension as a flickering candle illuminated the dark corners of a dimly lit room. Shadows danced on the walls, whispering secrets of ancient fears and long-buried nightmares. In the flicker of that flame, the essence of demons came alive, echoing through the ages, a relentless force of chaos and temptation, seen yet unseen. The paintbrush became a weapon, and the canvas transformed into a battleground where artists confronted what lurked beneath the surface of human existence. In the ancient halls of Mesopotamia, where the first civilizations birthed myths and legends, demons were not mere figments of imagination. They were tangible forces depicted in intricate carvings and clay tablets. The Lamassu, a creature with a lion's body, an eagle's wings, and a human head, stood guard at the gates of cities. It was a symbol of protection against evil spirits, a testament to humanity's struggle against the darkness that threatened to consume it. The vibrant colors, the painstaking details, all screamed of reverence and fear, a duality that artists would grapple with throughout history. As time flowed like a river, the Greeks painted their terrors in vivid frescoes. The walls of ancient palaces bore witness to the wrath of the Furies, vengeful spirits who pursued wrongdoers with relentless fury. Each stroke of the brush captured the wild, chaotic energy of these beings, their eyes filled with an unsettling mix of rage and sorrow. In these representations, one could feel the pulse of fear. It was almost a living thing, urging the viewer to confront the darkness that lay within each soul. The Greeks understood that demons were not just external forces. They were reflections of our own imperfections and sins. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, when fear gripped Europe like a vice. The bubonic plague ravaged cities, and the Church wielded its power, claiming demons roamed the earth, preying on the weak and corrupt. Artists responded by plunging into a world of grotesque imagery. Hieronymus Bosch's infamous paintings, filled with surreal landscapes and nightmarish creatures, served as a chilling reminder of the eternal struggle between good and evil. In The Garden of Earthly Delights, a triptych that unfolds like a visual tale, the viewer is drawn into a world where pleasure morphs into grotesquerie, and the demons of indulgence become impossible to ignore. Every figure, every twisted shape, invoked a sense of dread and awe, forcing the viewer to confront their own desires and fears. The Renaissance brought a shift. Artists like Michelangelo and Raphael, while captivated by the beauty of the human form, also grappled with the darkness that lay beneath. The Sistine Chapel, adorned with stunning frescoes, presented the biblical story of creation and the fall of man. In the corners, demons lurked, reminders of the consequences of humanity's choices. Michelangelo's The Last Judgment encapsulated this struggle with breathtaking intensity. The figures, twisted in agony or ecstasy, mirrored the range of human emotion, a vivid portrayal of despair, hope, and the ever-looming presence of demons, both within and without. The brush strokes seemed to pulse with life, resonating with the viewer's heart. The Baroque era erupted next, filled with grandiosity and drama. Caravaggio, with his stark use of light and shadow, painted scenes that captured the rawness of human emotion. In Judith beheading Holofernes, the fierce determination of Judith embodies both strength and the demons of violent retribution. The blood splatters, the anguished expressions, all pull the viewer into a realm where morality is questioned, and the monsters that drive us to extremes are laid bare. As the world plunged into the darkness of the 19th century, romantic artists like Francisco Goya brought forth a new kind of horror. His series Los Caprichos illustrated the folly and madness of humanity, with demons emerging from the shadows of society, darker, more insidious than ever before. In one haunting image, a figure with a goat's head sits with a woman, representing ignorance and superstition. The unease coils tightly, a reminder that demons often wear familiar faces, lurking in the corners of our everyday lives, waiting for moments of vulnerability. In the modern era, artists continued to grapple with the essence of demons. The rise of surrealism saw figures like Salvador Dalí dive into the subconscious, where phantoms of fear danced freely. His painting, The Elephants, with their spindly legs and massive bodies, evokes a sense of unease. Are they embodiments of our burdens? Are they the weight of choices and regrets? The lines between reality and nightmare blurred, leaving the viewer questioning what demons truly meant in their lives. In the realm of contemporary art, demons have morphed yet again. Artists like Yayoi Kusama, with her polka dots and infinity rooms, explore the concept of madness and obsession. The pulsating dots seem to consume the space, much like the demons in our minds can consume our thoughts. The experience becomes immersive, challenging the viewer to confront their own inner turmoil in a way that feels electric, yet unsettling. Each stroke of the brush, every shade of color, whispers stories of darkness and despair. The visual representations of demons through the ages have become a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest fears and desires. The artists, with their unique perspectives and styles, have captured the essence of the demonic, turning pain into beauty, chaos into expression. As the candle flickers, casting long shadows once more, the journey through the realm of art and the depiction of demons is far from over. The weight of history, steeped in emotion and tension, invites the viewer to linger as the next chapter unfolds. The demons remain, ever watchful, waiting to be discovered anew in a world where creativity becomes the ultimate battleground against the darkest corners of the human soul. In the dim light of a flickering lantern, shadows danced across the rough walls of an ancient cave where whispers of long-forgotten tales echoed through the air. Here, in this crumbling sanctuary, the primal fear of the unknown seeped into every crevice, giving life to the stories of demons that have haunted humanity across time and space. Each society, with its unique history and beliefs, has shaped the image of demons into something both terrifying and captivating, a reflection of their deepest fears and desires. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, demons took on forms that mirrored the chaos of human existence. The ancient Sumerians spoke of the Lamashtu, a fearsome creature said to prey on pregnant women and newborns. Her sharp claws were symbols of imminent danger, a reminder of the fragility of life. As mothers prayed for protection, the air thickened with desperation, each lullaby a plea to fend off the lurking darkness. The Sumerians etched her image onto clay tablets, an attempt to confront their fears rather than run from them, just as shadows are confronted in the night. Across the sea, in the lush jungles of Mesoamerica, the Aztecs painted their demons with vibrant colors, transforming fear into an art form. The Tzitzimime, celestial beings who would descend during eclipses, were both revered and feared. They were seen as harbingers of chaos, their bared teeth a reminder that the universe was governed by forces far beyond human control. In the throes of ritual, sacrificial drums echoed through the air, a rhythmic heartbeat of terror and reverence, binding the Aztecs together in a shared experience of fear an unbreakable circle forged in the fires of belief. Traveling to the frigid lands of Scandinavia, the Norse envisioned demons as giants, titans of chaos and destruction. The Jotun were not merely evil, they embodied nature's fury, storms, and the destructive forces that could upend lives in an instant. The stories of Thor's battles against these giants were not just tales of heroism, but reflections of the struggle against the uncontrollable. Villagers would gather around fires, listening intently as trembling lips recounted the epic confrontations, their hearts racing with every blow struck between the god and his monstrous foes. Each story left a mark, a scar of dread and resilience on the fabric of their culture. Meanwhile, in the heart of Africa, demons manifested differently. The Yoruba people spoke of Eshu, a trickster spirit whose chaos challenged the moral fabric of society. Eshu was neither wholly good nor completely evil, but a complex figure embodying the dualities of life. Stories of his cunning ways spread like wildfire, igniting laughter and fear alike. When a villager found their path obstructed by misfortune, they would whisper Eshu's name, knowing that to call upon him was to invite both trouble and unexpected fortune. This intricate relationship mirrored life itself, an ever-changing dance between light and shadow, laughter and tears. Journeying to the east, the demons of China wear masks of wisdom and folly. The Yao, malevolent spirits that dwelled within the shadows, were often depicted as grotesque but wise. They reminded people of their own flaws, their sins lurking like dark clouds, ready to unleash storms of misfortune. Festivals were held to appease these spirits, not out of fear alone, but to acknowledge the darkness within. As firecrackers exploded in vibrant bursts of light, laughter mingled with trepidation, creating an electric atmosphere where the boundaries of reality and myth blurred seamlessly. In the rich tapestry of Indian folklore, demons like Rakshasas and Asuras battled the gods, representing the eternal struggle between good and evil. These beings were not merely adversaries but reflections of human emotion, anger, greed, and jealousy. They were depicted with fierce eyes and many limbs, embodying the chaos that resides within every heart. The great epics of the Mahabharata and Ramayana breathed life into their stories, weaving them into the very fabric of existence. As listeners huddled closer around the fire, the intensity pulsed through them, an unbreakable connection to the struggles of their ancestors. In every corner of the world, demons serve a purpose beyond mere fright. They mirror the complexities of human existence, the shadows that linger just beyond the light. In Japan, the Oni, fierce creatures with wild hair and sharp claws, are both feared and respected. They personify the darker sides of humanity, and their tales carry warnings as well as lessons. During the Setsubun festival, families toss roasted beans to drive away the Oni, a ritual steeped in joy and fear, an act of defiance against the chaos that creeps into everyday life. The laughter of children mingles with the shouts of elders, creating a symphony where fear transforms into strength. In the melting pot of modern society, the portrayal of demons continues to evolve. Films and literature have reimagined these ancient beings, blending fear with fascination. Yet the essence remains. They are reflections of our innermost struggles, our battles against the unseen forces that threaten to consume us. The flickering images on screens transform into a modern-day campfire, where stories are told, fears are shared, and the lines between reality and imagination blur once more. As night falls over the world, the stories of demons flicker like the lanterns that cast their shadows. From ancient caves to bustling cities, the whispers of fear and fascination draw people together, binding them in a shared human experience. Each culture with its rich heritage contributes to a tapestry that is both terrifying and beautiful, a reminder that within the darkness there is a light that flickers, an unquenchable spirit that refuses to be extinguished. And as the stories continue to unfold, they invite new generations to confront their fears, to grapple with the chaos of existence, and perhaps to find peace amidst the storm. A chilling fog rolled through the streets of a city that had once thrived on diversity, now cloaked in suspicion and fear. The air was heavy with whispers, each one a sharpened dagger aimed at the heart of those labeled as other. In the shadows, faces morphed into caricatures, their humanity stripped away. Neighbors became enemies, and friends turned into foes. This was not just a scene. It was a nightmare that played out across history, echoing in every corner of the globe. The story began long ago, in ancient civilizations, where the seeds of division were carefully sown. The Greeks spoke of barbarians, a term that cast anyone outside their culture as uncivilized and dangerous. These neighbors who spoke differently, worshipped differently, and wore different clothes were no longer seen as fellow human beings. Instead, they became figures of fear in the minds of those who were told again and again that their way of life was under threat. As the sun set on the Acropolis, a darker side of humanity emerged, fueled by an insatiable need for control and superiority. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, where the concept of the other became even more pronounced. With the rise of the Crusades, a fervor swept through Europe, igniting a holy war against the Muslims. The rhetoric was blistering, depicting these individuals not as potential allies or friends, but as pure evil, a demonic force that threatened Christendom. Kings and popes rallied their people, igniting passions that left blood in the streets and hatred reverberating through generations. Children were taught to fear. Parents whispered tales of the infidel as if they were bedtime stories. The echoes of these narratives still lingered, haunting the collective memory. In the 19th century, as nations began to carve out borders and identities, the demonization of the other took on a new guise. Racial theories emerged, justifying the enslavement and oppression of entire peoples. The American South painted enslaved Africans as subhuman, savages that needed to be tamed. The rhetoric was as dangerous as the chains that bound their bodies. Society at large turned a blind eye, too consumed by its own comfort to see the atrocities unfolding beneath a thin veneer of civilization. The abolitionists bore the weight of truth, yet they were met with scorn, deemed traitors to a twisted sense of order. Fear of the other had become so ingrained that it suffocated empathy, leaving only cold calculations and self-preservation in its wake. The 20th century was no different, marked by the horrific rise of fascism. Hitler's Germany transformed an entire nation's psyche, branding Jews, Roma, and others as vermin that needed extermination. Propaganda replaced compassion, painting a picture of a society cleansed of impurity. The images flashed across screens and pages, dehumanized faces, marked by yellow stars or skin not deemed Aryan. Millions were swept up in a tide of hatred, willingly participating in a massacre that would leave scars across continents. The world watched, paralyzed by disbelief, as the narrative of the other consumed the very fabric of humanity. Yet the dance of demonization did not stop there. In the aftermath of the world wars, the Cold War gave rise to a new set of enemies. Communism was painted in broad strokes as the ultimate evil, a specter that threatened to envelop the Western world. Citizens were told to fear their neighbors, to be cautious of anyone who dared to question the status quo. Reds became synonymous with treachery, their presence an ever-looming shadow that could snuff out the bright flame of freedom. The fear was palpable. Families turned against each other. Friendships shattered, all at the altar of paranoia and suspicion. The echoes of this historical cycle continued to reverberate through modern society. Events such as 9/11 catalyzed a new era of fear, where Muslims were often viewed with suspicion and hostility, their very existence seen as a threat to a way of life. The narratives spun around them were powerful, perpetuating stereotypes that painted them as terrorists rather than individuals with stories and lives of their own. The aftermath was a society fractured by fear, where conversations turned hostile and compassion seemed a long-forgotten virtue. Communities that had once thrived on diversity now trembled under the weight of prejudice as a new other was created, fostering division instead of unity. Through all these historical moments, the demonization of the other has not only shaped political landscapes, but has also seeped into the very fabric of social interactions. Friendships have been lost over misunderstandings, families torn apart by differing beliefs, and entire communities have turned hostile in an instant. The need to categorize, to label, has bred an environment where empathy and understanding are seen as weaknesses, and strength is measured by one's ability to denounce the other. As the story continues to unfold, the world stands at a crossroads. The past serves as a chilling reminder of the consequences of division. Yet the present is filled with opportunities for connection. In every society, there are voices of dissent calling for unity and understanding, whispering against the clamor of hatred. These voices are the flickering lights in a darkened room, beckoning humanity to rise above the narratives that seek to divide. But will enough people listen? Will the chains of history, heavy with the weight of prejudice and fear, be cast aside in favor of a world where compassion reigns? The answer remains uncertain, suspended in the air like a question that refuses to be answered, echoing through the chambers of time. As the fog of division thickens, one cannot help but wonder what the next chapter holds in this intricate tapestry of human history, forever entwined with the fate of the other. A thunderstorm raged outside, its ferocity matching the turmoil within the dimly lit hut. Shadows flickered against the walls, dancing to the rhythm of the flickering flames from the hearth. Inside, an ancient healer sat cross-legged, her gnarled hands clutching a bundle of dried herbs, her eyes closed in concentration. The air was thick with the scent of sage, a potent weapon against the unseen demons that tormented her village. In every corner of the world, ancient civilizations faced their own terrors, malignant spirits lurking in the darkness, whispering fears into the hearts of the living. From the fertile banks of the Nile to the misty mountains of the Andes, people turned to folklore, drawing on the wisdom of their ancestors to confront these malevolent forces. They crafted rituals steeped in tradition, rituals that promised protection and healing in a world steeped in uncertainty. In Mesopotamia, priests and priestesses called upon the goddess Ishtar, their voices rising in fervent chants. Clay tablets were inscribed with spells designed to banish demons like Lamashtu, who preyed upon women and children. As the ink dried, the priests would mix sacred oils, anointing the afflicted with protective blessings that shimmered like starlight. The air was saturated with hope, the belief that love and faith could drive out the darkness that crept too close. Across the Mediterranean, ancient Greeks turned their fears into stories, weaving tales of gods and monsters that mirrored their struggles. When illness struck, they sought out Asclepius, the god of healing, who resided in sanctuaries filled with healing waters and the whispers of dreams. Here the sick would sleep, hoping for a vision, a sign, a remedy, the touch of a divine hand that would restore their bodies and spirits. They would rise refreshed, often clutching herbs that appeared in their dreams, herbs that they believed had the power to confound the demons of illness. In the dense jungles of Mesoamerica, the Maya faced their own specters. They understood that darkness was not merely an absence of light, but an entity unto itself. Priests, adorned in feathered headdresses, performed ritual dances, invoking the spirits of the earth and sky. They called upon sacred plants like copal, its smoke spiraling upward, carrying their prayers to the gods. In these moments, the line between the living and the spirit world blurred, creating a tension that made the very air crackle with energy. Fear mingled with reverence, each heartbeat echoing the understanding that the world was alive with unseen forces. As the healer in the hut opened her eyes, she sensed the presence of an unseen visitor. The temperature dropped, and shadows lengthened ominously. She grasped the bundle of herbs, whispering incantations passed down through generations. Her heart raced as she felt its cold breath slide past her neck, the weight of centuries pressing down upon her. The village had whispered of a demon that fed on despair, and tonight she would confront it head-on. In ancient Egypt, priests adorned in linen garb would gather at the tombs of the pharaohs, seeking favor from the gods who dwelled among the dead. They recited sacred texts, intricate spells designed to protect both the living and the deceased from the encroaching darkness. Rituals involving the scarab, a symbol of rebirth, served as potent reminders that life could triumph over death. Each prayer was a thread, weaving a tapestry of belief that engendered resilience in the face of overwhelming dread. The healer in the hut felt a sudden surge of energy, as if the weight of the world had shifted. Memories of ancient rites danced in her mind, smudging rituals, offerings of honey and corn, the sacred rhythms of drums summoning the spirits of her ancestors. She poured her soul into her chants, the words rising like smoke. Swirling around her, the walls of the hut seemed to pulse in time with her voice, creating a symphony of sound and spirit. In the frozen tundra of the Arctic, the Inuit faced their own demons, spirits that roamed the icy expanse, preying on the vulnerable. Shaman would don animal skins, transforming into powerful beings capable of navigating the treacherous divide between worlds. Drumming echoed through the snow-laden night, awakening the spirits of the land. With each beat, they called upon the wisdom of their ancestors, seeking guidance to drive away the shadows that threatened their existence. The cold was relentless, but faith warmed their hearts, igniting hope against the biting chill. As the shadows closed in, the healer reached for her ceremonial bowl, filled with a mixture of the sacred herbs she had gathered, lavender for peace, rosemary for remembrance, and the fiery touch of chili pepper to ward off evil. She poured water over the blend, watching as the colors swirled, forming a potion that shimmered like moonlight. The air thickened with an otherworldly presence, and her heart thundered in her chest. In the Americas, tribes would gather under the full moon, creating circles of unity, chanting the names of their ancestors to summon strength against the forces of darkness. They believed that by invoking the spirits of the land, they could confront the fears that threatened to overwhelm them. Smoke from sacred fires curled into the night sky, and as they danced, the weight of their collective fear began to lift, carried away by the winds of prayer. The healer closed her eyes once more, feeling the energy of her ancestors wrap around her like a protective cloak. She murmured the sacred incantation, her voice growing stronger, resonating with the history of every person who had ever faced darkness. The shadows trembled, and for a moment, time stood still. It was a battle between light and dark, between despair and hope. Then, with an earth-shattering roar, the darkness surged forward. And the healer's heart raced even faster. She could feel the weight of the ancient spirits behind her, lending her strength, their whispers guiding her hand. The potion bubbled in the bowl, glowing with an ethereal light, a beacon of resistance against the encroaching shadows. In that moment, the stories of every civilization merged, intertwining like roots of an ancient tree, each narrative a testament to the power of belief. The healer was not alone. She was a vessel of her people, carrying their fears and their hopes into a confrontation that transcended time and space. As the shadows writhed and coiled, she poured the potion onto the ground, and, for a heartbeat, the world held its breath, waiting to witness the outcome of age-old battles between light and dark. The storm outside roared louder, echoing the turmoil of the spirits as they clashed in a realm unseen. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend and twist, caught in an eternal struggle. As the healer stood resolute, heart pounding with the weight of history, she prepared to face the shadow that had come to claim her. In that breathless moment, it was clear that the fight against darkness was far from over. It was a legacy etched into the very soul of humanity, beckoning forth courage that would rise again and again. On a stormy night, when shadows danced along the walls and the wind howled like a restless spirit, the flickering light of candles illuminated pages filled with the whispers of ancient fears. In candlelit corners of forgotten libraries, where dust gathered like the secrets of the ages, scholars pored over texts that breathed life into the dark and mysterious world of demonology. Each book, each scroll, held the tremors of human experience, capturing the raw terror and fascination with the unknown. The tradition of demonology is steeped in history, tracing its roots back to civilizations that wrestled with the unseen forces lurking beyond the veil of human understanding. The ancient Babylonians, for instance, carved their fears into clay tablets, documenting the names and deeds of demons like Pazuzu, who brought disease and unrest. These texts weren't mere stories, they were warnings, each inscription a desperate plea for protection against malign entities that haunted their nights. As centuries turned, so did the pages of history. The Greeks, with their pantheon of gods, saw demons as intermediaries between mortals and deities. The philosopher Plato mused about demons, beings that guided human souls, while the playwrights of Athens brought forth tales of tragedy and divine retribution. The ancient world grappled with the duality of good and evil, exploring how demons could corrupt the very essence of humanity. These ideas would echo throughout the ages, resonating with scholars and theologians who sought to comprehend the spectral forces at play in the world. Then came the Middle Ages, a tumultuous period teeming with superstition and fear. The Christian Church tightly gripped the narrative of demons, brandishing texts like the Malleus Maleficarum, written by Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger. This notorious manual, published in the late 15th century, became a chilling blueprint for witch hunts across Europe. Within its pages, the authors outlined how to identify witches, those believed to consort with demons, and the brutal methods needed to extract confessions. The atmosphere was thick with paranoia, as neighbor turned against neighbor, each accusing the other of dark dealings. This work fueled the flames of hysteria, leading to countless trials and executions, leaving an indelible mark on the collective psyche. In contrast, scholars like Johann Weyer began to challenge these narratives. Weyer, a physician in the 16th century, recognized the suffering of those accused of witchcraft and sought to humanize the individuals turned scapegoats. His work, De Prestigiis Daemonum, posited that many so-called demons were, in fact, manifestations of mental illness and societal fears. His voice, a beacon of reason amidst a storm of hysteria, offered a fragile sense of hope. Yet it also stirred a sense of dread among the staunch defenders of the dogma, igniting debates that would rage for decades. With the dawn of the Enlightenment, demonology began to shift. The Age of Reason questioned long-held beliefs, but the shadows still lingered. The writings of Montague Summers, a 20th century scholar, mixed scholarly rigor with a flair for the macabre. His texts danced between reverence and horror, reviving the ghostly figures of folklore and myth. He brought forth tales of succubi and incubi, the seductive demons that preyed upon the unsuspecting, weaving together history and legend in a tapestry of fear and fascination. Summers' work reminded readers that, even in enlightened times, the darkness could never be fully extinguished. Amidst the writings, the specter of the occult loomed large. The grim allure of grimoires captivated the imagination, such as the Key of Solomon, a text attributed to King Solomon that promised power over demons through intricate rituals. The lust for knowledge about the supernatural, the desire to control the uncontrollable, drew countless scholars to its pages. Each incantation whispered of power, but also of peril, for those who sought to command the dark forces often found themselves ensnared in webs spun by entities far beyond their understanding. As the 19th century arrived, the Gothic revival swept through literature, breathing new life into the age-old themes of demonology. Writers like Mary Shelley and Bram Stoker spun tales that intertwined the human condition with the supernatural. Stoker's Dracula, with its seductive and horrific portrayal of vampirism, reignited ancient fears of demons in the guise of alluring strangers. The lines between man and monster blurred, reflecting society's perpetual struggle with its darker instincts. The pages crackled with tension, as readers were invited to confront their own fears, their own demons lurking just beneath the surface. The 20th century brought about a renaissance of sorts, with scholars like Jeffrey Burton Russell examining the cultural impact of demons through a psychological lens. His works examined how societal anxieties shaped perceptions of evil. Russell's insights illuminated the intricate dance between humanity and its demons, as fears morphed through the ages, adapting to the changing world. Meanwhile, the rise of modern psychology began to peel back the layers of the human psyche, challenging the very notion of possession and demonic influence. Sigmund Freud's theories hinted at the internal demons that plagued individuals, suggesting that the struggle with darkness was not just external, but deeply personal. The old texts were reinterpreted through this new lens, transforming the discourse around demonology into a complex conversation about the human experience. Even as the 21st century dawned, the fascination remained. Texts exploring demonology have surfaced in popular culture, reflecting our eternal struggle with the unknown. Movies, books, and television series have brought ancient fears into the living rooms of millions, portraying demons not just as entities to be feared, but as reflections of our own inner turmoil. The tradition of demonology has woven itself into the fabric of contemporary society, a haunting reminder that some shadows are timeless, ever lurking at the edges of our understanding. Yet, as scholars continue to analyze and interpret the countless texts that span centuries, one question lingers like a ghost in the air. What truly lies beyond the veil? The chilling histories, the emotional battles, and the countless scholars who have dared to confront the dark forces throughout time keep drawing us back to those flickering candlelit pages, urging us to ask, to seek, and perhaps to fear what we might uncover next. In a dimly lit hall, where the whispers of ancestors seemed to dance like flickering shadows, a storyteller stood before a rapt audience. The air was thick with anticipation, a feeling that electrified the very walls. As the storyteller began, a tale of old emerged, one that would weave through time and echo across generations, stirring the hearts of all who listened. Once, in a land where the mountains kissed the sky and rivers sang lullabies, lived a people bound not just by blood but by stories that flowed through their veins. These stories, rich with folklore, were more than mere entertainment. They were the very fabric of their identity. Each legend held a mirror to their struggles, dreams, and triumphs. With every narrative spun, ancient heroes and mythical creatures came alive, whispering truths about courage, love, and the unyielding spirit of the land. Take, for instance, the tale of the great hero who embodied the essence of a nation. He was not just a warrior, but a symbol of resilience. Every child grew up hearing how he fought against the odds, not just for glory, but for the very soul of his people. As the storyteller recounted his battles, listeners felt the adrenaline rush as if they themselves were wielding swords alongside him. This hero's journey became a collective memory, forging an unbreakable bond among those who shared the soil of his homeland. Throughout history, folklore has played a crucial role in shaping national identities, acting as both a compass and anchor. It was a time when kingdoms rose and fell, and the stories of the people became the lifeblood of their culture. In the wake of wars, when the world seemed to fragment, these tales acted as threads, stitching the fabric of society back together. The stories of brave soldiers and wise leaders inspired hope, urging the weary to stand tall and fight for their homeland. Every corner of the globe holds its own folklore, reflecting unique landscapes and histories. In the lush valleys of Ireland, the haunting melodies of the banshee echoed, warning of impending sorrow. In the arid deserts of the Middle East, the clever tales of clever tricksters like Nasreddin Hoxha brought laughter and wisdom to weary travelers. Each story not only entertained but reinforced a sense of belonging, reminding the people of their shared heritage. The emotional weight of these stories is palpable. As they are passed down, they carry with them the laughter of children and the tears of lost loves. They capture the essence of joy and despair, weaving a rich tapestry of life itself. In moments of crisis, these narratives offer solace, grounding those who feel adrift in a world that seems chaotic. When the storyteller's voice rises and falls, a connection is forged that transcends time, reminding listeners that they are part of something greater, a legacy that binds them together. Consider the vibrant celebrations that arise from these tales. Festivals spring to life, transforming streets into a tapestry of colors and sounds. People gather, dressed in costumes that reflect their favorite characters, laughing and sharing stories, their hearts swelling with pride. Amidst the festivities, the stories flow like wine, nourishing the spirit and rekindling the fire of unity. The past is not merely remembered, it is lived, breathed, and celebrated, weaving it into the very identity of the nation. But not all stories are light and joyous. Some carry the weight of sorrow, reflecting the struggles of a people in times of hardship. These darker tales serve as a reminder of resilience in the face of adversity. They depict the pain of loss, the fight against oppression, and the struggle for freedom. The weight of these stories hangs heavy in the air, yet they inspire a fierce determination to rise again, to reclaim what was lost. They remind the people that even in dark times, hope can flicker like a flame, refusing to be snuffed out. In the vast tapestry of national identities, folklore serves as both a shield and a sword. It protects the cultural essence of a people while empowering them to carve their destiny. The echoes of ancient chants and the vibrant imagery of fables breathe life into the collective memory, shaping how nations view themselves and their place in the world. The stories are alive. They evolve, shift, and adapt, reflecting the changing tides of society. Each generation adds its voice, ensuring the tale is never static but always in motion, much like the river that flows endlessly toward the horizon. As the storyteller's voice fades into the night, leaving behind echoes of laughter and the lingering shadows of heroes, a sense of longing fills the hall. The audience knows that these stories are not just relics of the past, they are promises of an unbroken future. They realize that in sharing these tales, they are part of an ongoing narrative, one that will continue to shape their identities for generations to come. Outside, the wind rustles through the trees, carrying whispers of stories yet to be told, waiting for the right moment to spring to life. The night is alive with potential, tension humming in the air like a bowstring pulled tight, ready to release its arrow. And as the audience steps into the cool evening, their hearts are alight with the fire of shared stories, a flame that will never die. The folklore that has shaped them is not just a relic of history, it is a living, breathing entity, weaving through their lives, binding them together in unbreakable unity as they move forward into the unknown. Under the dim glow of flickering stage lights, the sound of pounding drums and electric guitar roars through the packed venue, a whirlwind of energy that grips the audience. They sway, they scream, and for a heartbeat, it feels as if the music has its own pulse, a heartbeat that syncs with theirs. But what if, in that moment of ecstasy, a shadow lurked beneath the euphoria? What if the very notes that bring joy also carried whispers of something darker? A chilling influence that stretches back through the ages? In the 1950s, when rock and roll erupted like a volcano, it wasn't just a new sound that captured the American youth's imagination. It was a cultural revolution. The likes of Chuck Berry and Elvis Presley electrified the airwaves, their rhythms infectious, their melodies irresistible. Yet, in the background, murmurs of discontent arose. Conservative voices warned of moral decay. a fear that loomed like a specter. They pointed fingers, claiming this new music was not just a rebellion against the norm, but a gateway to something sinister, a demonic force conspiring to lead the youth astray. As years rolled on, the influence twisted and morphed. The haunting chords of Black Sabbath in the late 1960s brought forth a new wave of concern. With songs like Fairies Wear Boots, they wove stories that danced on the periphery of darkness, invoking imagery that sent shivers down the spine. Fans, entranced by the heavy riffs, often overlooked the veil of dread that lurked beneath the surface, a lyrical exploration of witchcraft, the occult, and existential despair. Critics rallied against them, insisting that heavy metal music was a siren's call, leading listeners into the abyss of moral ambiguity. The air thickened with tension as the 1980s dawned. The emergence of glam metal bands like Motley Crue and Poison painted a picture of excess and rebellion. Their aesthetic, vibrant yet dark, was a magnet for youth searching for identity and freedom. Yet, lurking in the glam, a sinister undercurrent persisted. The infamous backwards messages controversy erupted, claiming that hidden messages within the music could invoke the dark forces of the underworld. Psyche-shattering claims swept across households as parents feared their children were being seduced by the devil's music. As the world twirled into the 1990s, the grunge movement exploded, bringing the haunting voices of Nirvana and Pearl Jam into the spotlight. Raw, visceral emotions spilled from the speakers, echoing sentiments of pain, alienation, and despair. But even as listeners connected with the struggles expressed in these songs, a different kind of fear emerged. Was it possible that the pain articulated so beautifully might also invite darkness into their lives? Critics wondered if the artists, tortured souls themselves, were unwittingly channeling something far more insidious, a demonic influence that preyed on their vulnerabilities. Pop music, too, was not immune to this eerie thread. The rise of icons like Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera in the late 90s brought a new wave of glitzy sensation, but with it came whispers of exploitation and manipulation, a sense that something malevolent lurked behind the scenes. As fans danced to catchy hooks, some questioned whether their beloved stars were mere puppets, controlled by unseen hands that thrived on chaos and conformity. As the new millennium approached, the world witnessed the birth of hip-hop as a dominant cultural force. Artists like Tupac Shakur and the Notorious Big spoke of life's harsh realities, their lyrics raw and unfiltered. Yet, amidst the celebration of street culture, there was an undeniable undercurrent of violence and despair. Critics argued that the genre glorified a lifestyle steeped in darkness, perpetuating cycles of pain and inviting demonic influences into the lives of those who resonated with its themes. Then came the age of social media, a time when every note and lyric could be dissected in real time. The digital realm exploded with conspiracy theories, from claims that certain pop stars were involved in secret cults to suggestions that the very music videos hinted at a global agenda led by dark forces. The lines between art, reality, and supernatural became blurred, leaving fans entranced yet terrified, caught in a web of intrigue that spun faster with each click. As the clock ticked into the 2020s, the music industry transformed once again, with genres blending and boundaries fading. Yet the specter of demonic influence loomed larger than ever. Artists began to embrace a darker aesthetic, with imagery that hinted at the occult, a deliberate choice or a subconscious surrender to the very forces they once claimed to challenge. The juxtaposition of their vibrant personas against the dark themes left fans spellbound, prompting questions that echoed through the halls of music venues and online forums alike. Were they merely entertainers, or were they entities navigating the treacherous waters of a world that thrived on the edge of shadow? As melodies waft through earbuds, tantalizing and addictive, listeners may find themselves drawn into the depths of their emotions, blurring the lines between joy and despair. In this labyrinth of sound, every chord strikes a nerve, every lyric resonates deep within the heart, stirring feelings both familiar and foreign. And as the tension builds, the question lingers in the air, thick with uncertainty. What is the source of this power? What unseen forces might be at play, weaving through the fabric of music and media, pulling strings and crafting narratives that captivate and terrify? The allure of music lies not only in its ability to entertain, but in its power to evoke feelings we sometimes struggle to name. Is it possible that those feelings are echoes of something ancient, something that has danced in the shadows throughout human history? As audiences sway to the intoxicating beat, a shiver runs down their spines, an awareness that they might be flirting with forces beyond their comprehension. The music has them in its grip, spinning them into a tale that feels both enchanting and dangerous. And in that moment, the line between celebration and surrender blurs, leaving them breathless, yearning for more. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the walls, twisting and morphing into figures that seem to whisper secrets of ages past. Outside, a storm raged, wind howling like a chorus of lost souls, echoing the tumult within. The air crackled with anticipation as thoughts of the future of demonology swirled like smoke, rising from the ashes of history. As the world hurtled towards an uncertain tomorrow, the fascination with demons was far from extinguished. Across continents and cultures, a revival was brewing, not merely a curiosity, but a deep, visceral hunger for understanding the unseen forces that had haunted humanity for centuries. From ancient Babylonian texts etched in clay to the grimoires of medieval Europe, the study of demonology has always been a mirror reflecting our fears, desires, and the unknown. In recent years, a blend of technology and tradition has begun to reshape the landscape. The age of the Internet has birthed forums and communities where enthusiasts share experiences and analyses, their voices rising in a cacophony of excitement. Some claim to summon spirits through the flickering screens of their devices, believing that technology can bridge the gap between the mortal realm and the supernatural. The merging of ancient practices with modern methods creates a tension so palpable one could almost feel the air thicken with anticipation. What if these newfound connections offered a glimpse into the other side? The rise of virtual reality experiences designed to replicate encounters with the demonic has stirred both intrigue and skepticism. People put on headsets, stepping into worlds where they confront not just the shadowy figures of their imagination, but the very essence of fear itself. This new form of demonology, where fear is simulated yet felt, raises chilling questions about the nature of belief. Are these experiences merely entertainment, or do they strip bare the human soul, exposing primal instincts that have lingered since the dawn of time? The resurgence of interest in demons is not just a contemporary trend. It ties back to ancient civilizations' struggles against malevolent forces. The Sumerians, known for their rich mythology, spoke of beings like the Lamashtu, a demon who preyed on childbirth, capturing the terror of mothers throughout time. The echoes of their fears resonate today, as expectant parents turn to ancient texts, seeking guidance and protection from these age-old threats. Here lies a thread connecting the past to the present, an unbroken chain of concern that binds generations together. The world stage is rife with stories of possession and exorcism, gripping headlines that blur the lines between fact and fiction. Documentaries and films, often sensationalized, breathe life into tales of evil lurking just beyond the veil of our understanding. The tales of real-life exorcisms, like that of Roland Doe in the 1940s, have transcended their origins, inspiring countless adaptations and raising eyebrows in both religious and secular circles. With each retelling, the stakes heighten, the fear of the demonic finds a fresh audience, igniting discussions about mental health, spirituality, and the nature of evil itself. As cultures collide and fuse, the concept of demons evolves. The Japanese yurei, or restless spirits, and the Aztec nawal, shapeshifters embodying both light and dark, challenge Western notions of good and evil. This cultural exchange enriches the field of demonology, introducing new narratives and interpretations that reflect society's shifting values. This dance of belief and understanding sets a stage ripe for transformation, unveiling layers of fear and fascination that have long been buried. Yet, amid this burgeoning interest, a darker undercurrent thrums. The burgeoning fascination has also given rise to an alarming normalization of occult practices. Social media influencers flaunt their rituals, and the line between admiration and danger blurs alarmingly. In this age where information is at everyone's fingertips, a troubling trend emerges: misguided souls dabbling in practices far beyond their understanding. As they seek answers, they may unwittingly invite chaos into their lives, awakening forces they cannot comprehend. The future of demonology appears to be a battleground, where the ancient clashing with the modern creates a tension that is both exhilarating and terrifying. Scholars and practitioners alike grapple with the implications of these changes. Will the wisdom of ancient texts guide new generations, or will the allure of modernity lead them astray into shadows they cannot escape? As the storm outside raged, the candle flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. Each gust of wind whispered tales of the past while carrying hints of what lay ahead. The connection between fear and fascination continues to evolve, and with it, the understanding of demons morphs into something both familiar and foreign. The shadows stretch and twist, echoing the age-old battle between light and dark, a battle that will undoubtedly continue to unfold. In this charged atmosphere, a new era of demonology beckons, one filled with uncertainty yet brimming with possibility. The lines separating reality from the supernatural grow hazy, and the future hangs in the balance, waiting for the next brave soul to step into the unknown. As the candle sputtered, a profound silence fell, broken only by the sound of a heartbeat echoing in the stillness, a reminder that the dance with the demonic is far from over. The stage was set, and the audience held its breath, waiting for the next act to unfold. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over a small village where whispers of faith hung in the air. It was a place where every prayer echoed like a heartbeat, weaving together the lives of its people. Here, the weight of belief was palpable, and the choices made in its name could send ripples through generations. It was this unyielding power of belief that shaped destinies, carved out paths, and ignited passions. In the year 1215, the Fourth Lateran Council convened, and with it the Church unveiled its vision for morality and ethics. The edicts echoed through towns, echoing in the hearts of believers, demanding not just faith, but a way of life. What did it mean to live ethically in the name of faith? Villagers, once content to plow their fields and raise their families, began to grapple with questions that sought to redefine their very existence. Were they to hate the sinner, but love the sin? Each individual's conscience hung in the balance, swaying with the fervor of the sermons that poured from the church's pulpit. The stakes were high. Innocent lives were caught in the crossfire of doctrine and interpretation. Take the tale of a young woman named Ilara. In her small cottage, she held her baby close while her husband, a humble farmer, took risks for their family's future. One evening, as the light of the setting sun spilled over her doorstep, Ilara overheard the town elders. They debated the fate of a neighbor, accused of witchcraft. "She must be burned," one cried, his voice laced with righteous fury. "It is for the good of our souls." Ilara felt a chill run down her spine. This was not just rhetoric. It was a belief that could lead to bloodshed. The weight of faith could easily morph into a weapon. With every passing hour the shadows lengthened, darkening the village square. She understood the fire in their eyes. It was the same fire that ignited her faith. Yet, could that belief justify a life lost? The town's moral compass was spinning wildly, and Alara's heart raced. The air thickened with tension as she realized the powerful grip belief could have, not just over individuals but entire communities. Fast forward to the vibrant streets of the Renaissance, where the clash of ideas transformed society. It was a time when thinkers like Galileo were challenging the very foundations of belief. The stars that twinkled above carried secrets that spoke of a universe far greater than what the Church proclaimed. Men and women stood at crossroads. Should they cling to the beliefs handed down through generations or chase the light of reason that beckoned from the heavens? As Galileo peered through his telescope, the cosmos whispered to him. Each celestial body seemed to pulse with possibility. But with every star he discovered, the stakes grew higher. The Church, an institution steeped in ancient belief, could not tolerate the challenge. "You must recant," they demanded, their voices echoing like a thunderclap in the silence of his confinement. The ethical dilemma weighed heavy on Galileo. Should he forsake the truth that danced before him for the sake of conformity? The tension was palpable, and the world held its breath. Across the ocean, the American colonies were brewing their own storms of belief. In the fervor of the Great Awakening, preachers ignited a spiritual fire that swept through towns like wildfire. Congregations swelled with emotion as people sought solace and truth. Yet, alongside the hope blossoming in hearts was the grim reality of slavery, an institution that thrived in the shadow of faith. Believers grappled with the moral implications of their actions. How could one profess love and devotion while turning a blind eye to suffering? The ethical considerations were staggering. A society built on the foundation of belief was crumbling beneath its own hypocrisy. Consider the heart of a slave. Like a young man named Samuel, who was raised on the stories of freedom woven into the fabric of his faith. Each Sunday, as he listened to sermons of salvation, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Yet how could he reconcile the chains that bound him with the promises of liberation whispered in church? The conflict became a raging storm within him, a tempest that reflected the turmoil of a nation divided. Belief, it seemed, had the power to both uplift and shatter. Fast forward to the 1960s, where the echoes of the civil rights movement reverberated through the streets. Martin Luther King Jr. stood beneath the sweltering sun, his voice rising above the cries for justice. He spoke of a dream rooted in belief, a belief that all people were created equal. The crowd swelled with emotion, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythm of his words. But in that electric moment, the shadows of prejudice loomed large. People were forced to confront the ethical considerations of their beliefs. Could faith truly inspire change if it remained silent in the face of injustice? As the protest surged and voices rose, it became clear that belief was not merely a personal journey, but a collective responsibility. Each person had to make a choice. Would they stand up for what was right or cling to the comfort of the status quo? The air crackled with tension as activists and bystanders alike wrestled with their consciences. The impact of belief on society unfolded in real time, a vivid tapestry of struggle and hope, binding them together in a quest for justice. In a world that perpetually evolved, the battle between faith and ethics remained as relevant as ever. As the sun set on one era, it rose on another, and the questions lingered. What was the cost of belief? How did it mold societies for better or worse? The threads of history wove a complex fabric, each moment charged with emotion, echoing the eternal struggle between conviction and humanity. And so, the story continues. Each heartbeat, each breath a testament to the impact of belief on society. In every corner of the world, people grapple with the weight of their convictions, and the journey never truly ends. The shadows of history linger, reminding us that at the intersection of faith and ethics, the human spirit dances, sometimes in harmony, other times in turmoil. In a dimly lit room, the air thick with tension, a woman sits alone, clutching her grandmother's old rosary. Shadows flicker on the walls as the wind howls outside, carrying whispers of long-forgotten tales. She feels an unsettling chill creep up her spine, a haunting reminder of ancient stories passed down through generations. The tales her grandmother told her were woven with the threads of fear and caution, tales of dark forces lurking just beyond the veil of the ordinary world. In cultures around the globe, similar stories resonate, echoing the same primal fears, demon beliefs that transcend borders and time. From the misty hills of Scotland, where tales of the banshee warned of impending death, to the scorching sands of the Middle East, where jinn dance in the shadows of the night, the presence of demons and spirits knows no bounds. In every corner of the earth, these beings take many forms, adapting to the culture and beliefs of the people. Yet their essence remains strikingly similar. The fear of something beyond comprehension, something that can invade the sanctity of one's home and mind, binds humanity in an invisible thread. In ancient Egypt, the demons were not mere figments of imagination, but beings with distinct roles, often tied to the afterlife. The scribes etched tales of Apep, the great serpent of chaos, who sought to devour the sun. The Egyptians believed that every night as Ra journeyed through the underworld, he fought against this darkness. The struggle between light and shadow mirrored the very human experience of battling one's own fears. These tales were more than just stories. They were warnings, a way to make sense of the chaos that life often presented. Farther east in Japan, the yokai took shape in countless forms, from mischievous spirits to terrifying apparitions. The famous kappa, a water-dwelling creature, could either help or harm those who crossed its path. Such duality in demon beliefs reflects a deep understanding of the human condition, how kindness and malice can coexist within the same heart. A grandmother's warning about the kappa, shared around a flickering fire, could evoke laughter while simultaneously sending chills down spines. In this intricate tapestry of beliefs, demons were not simply villains but reflections of the complexities of life itself. Traveling across the oceans, the indigenous peoples of North America held their own powerful beliefs about spirits that watched and influenced their lives. Among the Navajo, the Yei were revered as powerful beings, guiding and protecting the people. Yet they also believed in the existence of witches, dark figures who could cause harm and spread illness. This intricate balance between good and evil mirrored the struggles of every person, rooted in fear of the unknown lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, in Africa, the tales spun from village to village of the tokoloshe, a mischievous creature that could only be kept at bay through rituals and offerings. These stories served a purpose, a communal warning that transcended the individual. The tokoloshe could be a manifestation of societal fears, whether from hunger, illness, or loss. The frights of the night were not just stories to scare children. They were the lifeblood of community connection, creating bonds over shared fears and collective resilience. As the sun set over the Andes, the legends of the Inca people whispered through the mountains. There, the Pachamama, Earth Mother, was both revered and feared. The belief in spirits that could bring bountiful harvests or devastating droughts brought an air of reverence to every act of planting and harvesting. The duality of these beliefs was a reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and nature, a relationship fraught with love and trepidation. The spirits that walked among them were not just remnants of folklore. They were essential to the survival of the community. In the icy expanses of the Arctic, the Inuits' beliefs in the Angakok, shamans who could communicate with the spirits, further illustrate the universality of demon beliefs. The Angakok were seen as mediators, navigating between the living and the supernatural. Their rituals painted vivid images of how deeply intertwined fear, respect, and spirituality are in human experience. The whispers of the ancestors lingered in the wind, reminding all of their roots, a connection that transcended mere survival. Throughout history, The universality of demon beliefs weaves a rich tapestry revealing humanity's deepest fears and hopes. These stories, passed down through time, are the threads binding people from varying cultures, each reflecting a piece of the human psyche. The ghosts of the past merge with the shadows of the present, creating a chilling backdrop for understanding the world. With every culture holding on to its own unique tales, the underlying emotions remain strikingly similar: fear of the unknown, the desire for protection, and the need to make sense of life's unpredictability. Each story, shared in hushed tones, carries the weight of collective experience, echoing worries as old as time itself. As the woman sits clutching her grandmother's rosary, she knows that her fears are not hers alone. The shadows in her room become a reminder of the countless souls before her who have grappled with the same demons, literal and metaphorical. The tales of her ancestors reach across continents and centuries, binding her to everyone who has ever felt a chill run down their spine at the thought of something lurking just out of sight. Every culture's interpretation of demons serves as a mirror, reflecting the universal human struggle against darkness. In the flickering candlelight, the stories of the Banshee, the Kappa, the Tokoloshe, and the Angakok blend into a single, haunting refrain: the fear of what lies beyond the veil, and the hope that perhaps, through understanding these beliefs, one might find a way to confront the shadows that dwell within and around them. And as the wind howls louder, the stories once again echo. The demons are always there, waiting in the shadows, ready to remind the living of their eternal dance with fear and the unknown. The night was still, yet a palpable tension filled the air. Shadows danced on the walls of a dimly lit room, where an old book lay open on a table, its pages yellowed and fragile with time. The flickering candlelight cast ghostly shapes that whispered secrets of ages long past. There, in the silence, something stirred, a reminder that within each human heart lies a dark wilderness, a battleground where shadows fester, waiting for the right moment to emerge. This is the world of demons, not the horned figures of folklore, but manifestations of the unconscious mind, lurking in the depths of human experience. Carl Jung, a man whose intellect rivaled the greatest thinkers of his time, posited that these demons are not merely figments of imagination, but archetypes within the collective unconscious. They are the fears, the desires, the traumas we inherit, echoing through generations. Jung believed that these dark entities are part of what makes us human, deeply rooted in a shared psyche that transcends individual experience. As the candle flickered, it illuminated the faces of those who wrestled with their inner demons, a reflection of humanity's struggle throughout history. In ancient Greece, the stories of Hades and the underworld echoed this sentiment. The Greeks understood that within everyone lingered shades of darkness. They recognized the demons of ambition and vengeance, depicted in the tales of gods and mortals alike. Could the myth of Prometheus, punished for bringing fire to humanity, symbolize the destructive power of unrestrained ambition? The ancient Greeks knew that the gods were capricious, embodying both benevolence and malice, a duality that mirrored the conflicts within the human soul. As the candle flickered again, it brought to mind the witch hunts of the Middle Ages, a chilling chapter in human history where fear of the unknown conjured up demons that justified cruelty. Those accused were often seen as possessed by evil spirits, their very existence a threat to societal norms. Behind the shadows of the gallows stood a collective fear, a reflection of the darker aspects of humanity that sought to control and subdue. Were these ladies and gentlemen truly possessed, or were they merely manifestations of the collective anxieties of a time desperate for scapegoats? The ghosts of the past lingered as the story shifted to the Romantic era, when poets and artists embraced the darker shades of emotion. In their works, demons became symbols of human passion and struggle. Lord Byron, with his brooding characters, and Mary Shelley, who birthed the tale of Frankenstein's monster, illustrated the battle between creator and creation. This struggle reflected the inner turmoil we all face, the fear of what lies within, the dread of our own potential for destruction. The Romantic era held a mirror to the psyche, revealing that the demons we confront are not just external forces but integral parts of our identity. In the modern age, Jung's theories found fertile ground. The two world wars exposed humanity's darkest impulses on a grand scale. The collective trauma of these conflicts birthed a new generation of demons, PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Jung believed that these were not merely disorders but connections to the collective unconscious, echoes of a shared suffering that transcended individual lives. Each soldier returning from the front lines carried with them the weight of unresolved pain, a reminder that the battles fought within the mind can be as harrowing as those fought in the trenches. As the candle sputtered, a figure appeared, a silhouette of a person caught in the throes of despair. The demons whispered, clawing at the edges of their sanity. But within that darkness, there was also hope. Jung proposed that by confronting these shadows, individuals could reclaim their lost power. This idea resonated throughout history, appearing in the writings of existentialists who grappled with absurdity and despair in a world that often felt devoid of meaning. The demons were no longer just to be feared. They became allies in the quest for authenticity. The stories continued to weave through the tapestry of human experience, revealing a recurring theme: the necessity of facing one's demons. The journey into the unconscious became a rite of passage, not just for individuals but for entire societies. From the depths of despair emerged movements like psychoanalysis, where the exploration of the mind brought forth healing and understanding. The demons that once haunted the night began to transform into guides, leading individuals toward self-discovery and acceptance. In the flickering candlelight, the whispers grew louder, echoing through the ages. Lore from various cultures spoke of spirits and demons as teachers, inviting humans to confront their fears. The shamans of indigenous tribes danced with their demons, embracing the shadows as a pathway to wisdom. In many ways, these ancient practices mirrored Jung's beliefs that to know oneself fully, one must descend into the underworld of the psyche. The room felt charged, alive with the stories of those who had come before. The tension was palpable, a reminder that the struggle against one's demons was an eternal battle, one that each person must face in their own way. The history of humanity was a testament to this struggle, a tapestry rich with tales of triumph, despair, and the relentless pursuit of understanding. As the candle's flame began to dwindle, it symbolized not an end, but a transition, a continuation of the age-old wrestling match between light and dark, known and unknown. The demons in the collective unconscious remained as potent as ever, waiting in the shadows, eager to remind humanity of its complexity. The stories lingered, woven into the very fabric of existence, urging each soul to confront its darkness, not with fear, but with the courage to embrace the unknown. The echoes of history whispered promises of redemption, pushing the boundaries of understanding. Each generation faced its own demons, yet within the darkness lay the seeds of creativity and resilience. And so, as the candle flickered one last time, there was a sense of anticipation, a knowing that the next chapter of this shared narrative awaited just beyond the horizon.